guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all. So if this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all. If this is the last
wide for the lead into turn number 3. Coming to the line, who's gonna get it done? Green flag, we're racing. Get your foot in. 3 wide. He got it. He's got it. He's got it.
Get there, no.
Endless is gonna win.
Wow.
The Barr FTF Cup Series welcomes you to the virtual Daytona International Speedway, where tonight we race for it all in the Barr FTF 500. So glad that you could join us on this Saturday evening from the virtual Daytona International Speedway. It should be a good one. Jacob Hitz, Caleb Hoffman here with you. Sean Butler will join the program in just a little while. And Caleb, as we get set to go, it has been a long road for these drivers to make it to this 500-mile, 200-lap event from the Trulls last week. One driver winning his way in through the Tiny Tex 500 last night. Somebody else quite literally crowdsourcing their way into the field in the middle of the night. Nonetheless, here we are, 51 cars will take the green flag tonight.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's always a great feeling to get out here to Daytona and officially start a new Barr FTF Cup Series season. I mean, it's always fun to see everybody. Nice to be back with you, Jacob, obviously. I think the big question across the entire season, really, is will Parker White's dominance continue? Obviously had a record-breaking 2024 with a record-breaking 2023 before it. He's in the field tonight, but 50 others going to try to challenge him. A couple of Barr FTF 500 winners in this field, couple of new faces as well. Going to be lots of fun, though, for 200 laps around the Daytona International Speedway.
200 laps, 500 miles, $500 on the line for the race winner, and you certainly can come away with more. And unlike some other special events that have gone on in these last couple of weeks, this isn't it. There is a long season still to come for the Barr FTF Cup Series, and we'll get to that in just a little while. In the meantime, the field is rolling off of pit road. Let's get a look at our starting grid, for tonight's race. I was worried this was going to happen. We're going to go back here. Maybe. Kyler and Kevin McAdams on the front row. Matthew Zwack, Daniel Falkingham in row 2. Michael P. Fresh, Josh Chin, row 3. Nate Stewart, Matt Kemp, Cosmin Yoneshu, and Kevin King rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, looking on back, row number 6, you'll find Kwame Scott and Josh Stoltz. Dylan Basin and Kevin Champagne make up row number 7. Zach Novak and Jaden Hopp in row number 8. Tyler J. Williams and Corey Carpenter in row 9. Jose Solis and Chris Wetz will round out your top 20.
21st tonight is Ray Alfala. Spencer E. Burns will be in the 22nd spot. Michael Cozy Jr. and John M. Hall back here in row 12. Alex Kolinick, Santi Tires, Brandon Cattell, Seth Knoll, Garrett Conrath, and Carson Hosevar rounding out the top 30.
Looking on back, 31st, Wayne Kennedy, Jason Wallet starting alongside him in the 32nd position. Jonathan Goke in 33rd, with Jordan Worth starting alongside him in the 34th position. Jake Nichols and Jonathan Cutlip, 35th and 36th. Defending champion Parker White starting alongside Ryan Naraki in row number 19. And then Jack Simpson and Aaron Smith make up row number 20.
Final couple of cars here. William White, Brian Mercurio, Blake Reynolds, Jonathan Oates. A lot of these guys getting in through either their qualifying speed from last week, best or the highest in owner points from last year. That's Reynolds, Oates, Brown, Peel, and Reimer. Zabelski made the most starts of last year. Sean Conklin won his way in last night. Dalen Barr, the sponsor provisional. And then there's this guy, Jamie Ritchie Price, who raised $500 to add himself as a sponsor provisional last night. Let's go ahead and take a look at the tentative race schedule for this year, Caleb. After tonight, there is still a long way to go.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a big shakeup from what we've seen in 2024 and years prior. The big change, obviously, though, as you can see there, we have different cars other than the next gen. This has been a series that has exclusively run the Gen 7 race car in years past, but this year shaking it up a little bit. You see when we go to Atlanta here in a few weeks, February 22nd, it'll be with the 1987 cars on the old Atlanta surface, and then back to next gen. You see Las Vegas, we're whipping out the Gen 4s with Homestead Miami as well. So lots of variants with this new schedule. And then again, lots of new tracks. Again, just other than changing up the cars, a lot of your familiar faces you see with the Brickyard Pocono moving on into the playoffs, or sorry, the chase-offs, as the graphic says there. But again, lots of familiar tracks there with Darlington, Dover, New Hampshire, Auto Club, and then Charlotte. And then we have a one-round elimination that takes us through the final 5 races: Charlotte, Talladega, Martinsville, Rockingham, and then ending out the season at Homestead, Miami. But going to be a super fun season to follow along with you. And again, I'm really excited to see the 87s and the Gen 4s in action, but not yet, not tonight. Again, the next gens at the Daytona International Speedway, and a fun little twist is they will be starting at 3 wide, similar to the Indy 500. Looks like everybody's getting all packed up, but should be getting ready to take the green flag.
Let's talk about how we got here. Obviously, a bit of a hot mess compared to how we have done things in the past, or at least different than how we have done things in the past. 51 drivers now. Top 3 in qualifying were already locked into the show. Meanwhile, the several other spots were set through the Truels, and that's essentially the duels times 3. So we would do, obviously, 3 Truels instead of 2 duels. Top 12 from each of those advanced to the main show. Then we fall back on qualifying time for the 3 fastest that were not already in the field. Then I already talked about the top 5 highest in owner points that were not already in the field. Your sponsor provisional, Dale & Barr, who's been the sponsor provisional for the last couple of years. You add into the mix as well Jamie Ritchie Price, who is now part of the mix. Of course, we had up to 60 drivers able to start the Tiny Techs last night. We only had 35 take the green flag in that event, and it was Sean Conklin able to come away with the win. We went like 80 laps caution-free, and I did go back and check out last year's race here at Daytona for the 500. We had quite a long stretch where we were caution-free as well, so I will be really interested to see how long we can go without wadding the field up. The field is half a lap away from getting the green flag, and I believe iRacing has calmed down for the time being that if we go back here, hey, look at that, here's the field. Some cars still loading, like Kevin McAdams there in the middle. There he is, just like that, right on cue. We will come to green this time, and just like at Indianapolis, we are going to start this race 3 wide. Now, it's going to be a bit of a difference than what we're normally used to, obviously, but nonetheless, we will get through it, even if the CPU does not. Here we come, off of turn 4. Pace car is on pit road, trying to get any cars to load on the racetrack at all. We're racing. This sucks. I don't know what else to tell you other than this sucks. What happens if I kill that? Is it magically going to get better if I just kill ATVO? Are you kidding me?
All right.
Oh, and Kyler Wade's going to get turned from the lead.
Yeah, and I don't know how they avoided that. Lap 1 already. Some chaos up at the front of this field. Everybody started 3 wide. They've had to get everything figured out here. You can see stacking up through the middle just a little bit. Kevin McAdams and Kwame Scott are right there together. Cosman was there to pick up Kyler Wynn. They'll try on the bottom, but the top lane has that advantage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. Now 7 with Tyler J. Williams getting clear to the inside. We'll see if anybody drops down. Looks like Matthew Zwack going to try underneath Nate Stewart just a little bit, but Zach Novak there to fill that slot up on the high side. Zwack will fall back to McAdams here, who has a huge run as they come to the drive and they wreck. Oh, it's already wrecking. Corey Carpenter's around. It's the
McAdams.
big one.
Kevin King, Corey Carpenter, Dylan Basin. Jonathan Goat comes piling in and takes out Seth Knoll and got into the back of Garrett Conrath. Caution just 2 laps in, and it's going to take half a dozen cars out of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. No fast repairs on these race cars. And now I have to figure out how in the world we're going to do a replay.
Yeah, try to take it. I mean, the very worst, we saw it start there with Matthews Whack. I mean, they just got stacked up in the middle. And again, with 51 cars starting this race 3 wide, this was a concern with, again, starting that many cars.
All right, we're going to have to do it like this. Let's take a look. See what happened coming through the tri-oval.
And I think it's just the 26 and the 136 of Kwame Scott, Kevin McAdams. They just get misaligned as Kwame's trying to look to the outside on Kevin, and yeah, just sends them around in the middle of the pack.
Wow.
Kevin King involved. Chris Wetz has damage. Kyler Wynn, the pole sitter.
Would really like to see there if Kevin he gets something from the back end of his race car. I hate how stupid this looks. This is absolutely pathetic. Here's the onboard. Yeah, Kwame just gets in the back of him and then it's on. Well, cars are on pit road right now. The leader off of pit road. I think is Matt Kemp. We did have Hocevar and Matthew Zwack stay out under this caution flag, as this puts us under that first caution flag of the night.
And again, all offseason, all those nerves and everything leading up to this race, the entire process to even qualify for the Barr Visuals FTF 500 and have a caution involving a lot of key names here on lap 2. But we'll be normal from here on out in terms of starting procedure. And again, some key names with damage. I mean, among them, Kevin King, series champion just a few years ago, pole sitter Kyler Wynn, both of those cars still on pit road. Kevin McAdams, who's just now coming off the pit lane.
Like we're going to be choosing here this time. Swack will choose the inside line. The choose cone there is the bottom of the racetrack. Have a camera for it. There it is. Basically where the yellow line and the white line intersect. If you run over that part where they intersect, you'll be going to the back of the pack.
All right, so going to try this again with everybody double filed up. Looking through Matthew Zwack, Daniel Falkingham. Your first row, Daniel Falkingham, the summer winner of Daytona last year. But only lap 5, so plenty to get sorted out here. Nate Stewart, Matt Kemp, Kevin Champagne, Carson Hocevar completing your top 5.
Killed Google Chrome. One last shot, ATVO. Got the bare necessities open at this point. You can't handle this, we'll be seeing you. Okay, we're promising. I should just kept my mouth shut.
Get that ATVO closed.
Cool. Cool. Here we go. Pace car is in. Zwack and Falkingham lead us back down to the green flag. We're back underway.
Everybody getting up through the gears, and it looks like we're okay through the pack. Top three in each lane stuck together right now as they roar down the backstretch. Again, the top side with the momentum. We saw this on the first green flag stretch, if you want to call it that. First lap or so.
Falkingham off the corner. He'll lead at the line. He's got Nate Stewart pushing him. Hocevar now stuck in the middle, and he's going in the wrong direction.
And just left out to dry. Nobody going to draft with him. Especially, this is exactly what caused that first pileup. Was Kevin McAdams trying to pick up Kyler Wynn. So Hocevar will just have to try to find a slot in line, and he will on the inside, but falls all the way outside of the top 20. Meanwhile, up at the front, Matthew Zwack and Matt Kemp working together on this bottom side, losing ground to your leaders at the moment. Trying to stay stuck together here with help from Zach Novak. They cross the stripe to complete lap number 7.
We've seen in some of these last races, Caleb, that it's been this inside line that has been the most dominant. But if you get enough cars lined up on the outside that can push and push well, it doesn't really matter. And you can run that outside line, kind of like what Falkingham is doing right now. As we make our way down the back straightaway, 2 cars clear, maybe 3 on that outside line. Falkingham, Nate Stewart, and Kevin Champagne. You have Matthew Zwack leading the inside line, Matt Kemp pushing him. Those two, Zwack did not pit. Everybody else just stopped for fuel.
And Falkingham and Nate Stewart split up just a little bit, but Nate Stewart was all over the back bumper, and here he goes again on Daniel Falkingham. I mean, these guys not afraid to push, and both of these guys you can find usually up at the front of the field. Regulars here for FTF, so they're super familiar with one another, and seeing that pay dividends right now down the backstretch. Again, just absolutely shoving the back end of the number 39 of Daniel Falkingham. I mean, Matthew Zwack and Matt Kemp are just trying to keep up right now, and they'll pull a little ground in 3 and 4.
Falkingham continued to lead for each lap led. He picks up a buck. He's already won a race this year. Won the PGR 500 last week. Would love to add another 500-mile race to the trophy case. It's been a very strong speed week, or speed weeks for Falkingham across the different series. One of the Troll races that he was in.
Ooh, sketchy move through the middle. Parker White and David L. Brown almost made a little bit of contact as Parker White moved to that middle lane, and he gets his nose chopped off by Josh Chin and has to get out of the throttle. Brandon Cattell will get the worst into that. Now Parker White looks like he'll have a little bit of room, but doesn't choose to take it. Getting sketchy. That's right around that cusp of the top 10, where we're okay as of right now, and we continue on. Lap 11 from the Daytona International Speedway.
Cosman shuffled back there in the middle. He's got Josh Chin behind him. Parker White in the mix as well as they make their way off the corner. Of course, Parker White, the reigning champion of the Barr FTF Cup Series, casually won 18 races as Cosman's going to go 4-1, turn David L. Brown into Swack, Cosman hard into the wall, and this is the big one into turn number 3. Parker White is in it. Wayne Kennedy gets a piece, caution's out. You see Parker driving the wrong way on the apron. Cool. Well, let's take a look. Looks like Cosman may have gone for a hole that wasn't there.
Yeah, it's our second big one in 10 laps. And again, just guys pushing.
Oh, and Josh Chin turning Cosman hard into the wall. He almost goes upside down. And you see Ray Alfala in the 2. He goes up and gets knocked into the outside wall. Tough break for him. Kennedy plowing into David L. Brown there, almost sending him upside down. As the rest of the field plays Dance Dance Revolution in turns 3 and 4. That's our only look at it. As we are under caution here at Daytona. We're going to step aside. I'm going to take a 2x4 to my computer, and we're going to try to have a broadcast worth of you-know-what when we come back. You're watching the Barr FTF Cup Series. We are back here at Daytona. If you noticed, the grandstands have been removed. All the fans have been evacuated. Just in case this computer blows up, it may take the track with it. We are under caution for the second time in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Jacob Pitts, Caleb Hoffman here with you. After pit stops, Daniel Falkingham is the leader of the race. He chooses the outside line. Kevin Champagne choosing the inside line. We are not under green yet. We're under caution. All right. 14 laps will be complete. We still have a long way to go in this race. Here comes the field off of turn 4. Ready for the restart. Might just be onto something. Falkingham and Champagne leading us back down to green. Green flag.
Even launch, and let's see where this pair of Daniel Falkingham and Nate Stewart picks back up. They were, again, doing so good there on that last run out of turn number 2 here. Nate Stewart's been abusing the back end of Daniel Falkingham. Down the backstretch, they'll pull ahead Kevin Champagne and Matt Kemp. Trying to hold on the inside.
They come through 3, still side by side, very aggressive. Here comes Kemp, 3 wide up the outside, trying to get alongside Nate Stewart. Won't have an angle there. Kevin Champagne will lead the field back to the start-finish line. 15 laps complete in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. It's John Hall leading that inside line with Brandon Cattell leading the charge. Trying to push. Champagne comes down to cover the spot.
Outside has to check up to get out of the throttle. Matt Kemp holding up Daniel Falkingham, Nate Stewart and co here. Not sure if there's an issue or what, but I mean, the bottom has pulled about 5 cars, and now Falkingham desperately wants out of line to get around this number 25. Not sure if he has any damage from one of the wrecks or something, but I mean, even with Falkingham all over the back bumper, he just would not go, and he's getting cycled out. Josh Chin is now stuck behind him, and they're 3 wide. This way further back in the pack, though.
I think they just bobbled and just cost them all their momentum going down into the corner, because you're right, Caleb, they were going in the wrong way in a hurry. They shifted him up out of the way. Kemp has now dropped back to 19th as Champagne and this pack of 7 race away from everybody else, nose to tail, and we are split apart here at Daytona with quite a long way to go. We're not even at the end of stage number 1.
Whatever the issue was, that lost momentum is paying dividends for the top 7 cars who have split away to about a second margin right now over 8th place Kevin McAdams. He and Brian Mercurio nose to tail trying to make this margin back up and get it under a second, but no avail yet. Kevin Champagne, John Hall, Brandon Cattell, Lawson Peel, Seth Knoll, Alex Kolnix, and Garrett Conrath, the top 7 who have split away from the rest of your field.
And everybody else now trying to chase them down. It's Kevin McAdams in the Doritos car leading the second pack. You see Matthew Zwack there trying to make a second line. The third car in line there, that is the car of Zach Novak, I think. The McConey car trying to lead that outside line with help from Kyler Wynn as they make their way off the corner. Again, this you're seeing right here, the second pack. Why are the pit stalls still on? I thought I turned that. Whatever. 18 laps complete. Here they come back down into turn number 1.
And it seems throughout the field, most of your drivers right now just taking it easy. I mean, we've had 2 big wrecks in the first 10 laps of this race. So it seems everybody just wants to settle in and start logging some laps off, and seems to be the smart way to go about it. But there is opportunity, though, if you can get with a pack like this outside group of Spencer Burns, Sean Conklin, your Tiny Text winner, Michael Cozy Jr. among them. They are capitalizing on everybody being single file, and they are just picking guys off on that outside lane formed up together. I mean, they might be able to even bridge the gap with how much faster they're going.
With the changes to the aerodynamics in these cars and how they handle in the draft, they changed the draft package with the latest update in the last week. That has changed how these cars handle a little bit. It's kind of revived the two-car tandem a little bit. Obviously, you still have the risk of blowing your motor, which we saw even last night, pushing a little too aggressively, not getting enough air to the nose of the race car. And Kyle Merkel's car went kaboom late in the race as a result. We come to 20 laps complete. Burns still trying to lead that outside line in the 7, but going nowhere right now.
And it does feel a little more authentic with how these cars have been driving. I mean, you can see guys be completely out of the throttle, and just the draft alone, that momentum will carry them forward, even, you know, if you're completely off the throttle. So it's certainly a change that they're going to have to get used to and adapt to quickly. But they'll have plenty of time to do that. Only 20 laps down. And again, top 4 on this high side seems to be stalling out. They were making a ton of progress earlier on, but I think started to even out the closer to the front they've gotten.
On board here with Spencer E. Burns in the 7, working his way back up toward the front of this second pack. But the longer this group stays side by side, the further they will lose from the lead pack. The last time by, Kevin McAdams, the leader of this second group, about a tenth slower than the leaders. They're 2 seconds back and not gaining any time for the time being.
And keep in mind, too, I mean, you'll see the side draft used at points, and all that does is slow you down. So these guys got to figure out what they're doing. Jake Nichols is going to hop up in front of Spencer Burns here, and that'll actually check the top lane up, similar to what we saw a little bit earlier. And they are losing a ton of ground. I mean, number 9, if Jamie Ritchie Price is going to get past Nichols now, it's almost like Nichols just has an anvil attached to the back of that car with how far back they're going.
David L. Brown, you see there in the foreground here, he's going to go a lap down, or he has gone a lap down. Now McAdams and company will go on by here through turn number 3. And the rest of the pack will get to him as well as they go 3 wide to avoid, and that 83 will just get onto the apron and slide in line. Some damage dealt to the front of that race car after the most recent caution flag of the night. We're closing in on halfway through stage number 1 here at Daytona. Now, there are no caution flags at the end of these stages, so once we hit the end of the stage, we keep on racing under green unless there is trouble and it brings out an actual caution flag. Kevin Champagne leading the way. Hall, Cattell, Peel, Knoll, Kolonix, and Conrath in this 7-car choo-choo train around the bottom of the racetrack. The group in this second pack, led by Kevin McAdams and company, about 1.7 seconds behind the race leaders, trying to close it in, and they have now gone completely single file except for one. It's Jason Wallet, the kind of pimple here that needs to get shoved back in line or pushed out to the back of the pack, and looks like he's going to go backward.
Yeah, and McAdams and Mercurio especially found something last lap, or 2 laps ago, excuse me. They were almost 4 tenths faster than that 7-car breakaway. Now it's even back out to where lap times were about equal the last time around this speedway. We'll see again. I mean, I think Mercurio just needs to do as best a job as he can to stick on the back of that number 26. I mean, if they're pushing him out, they're doing a good job of it here. You can see, I mean, Mercurio and Falkingham basically glued to each other. But again, we're just about equal. And that gap has plateaued around 1.6 to 1.8 seconds and has just stayed there.
See a good shot here off the corner as there's our second pack, and here is our lead pack. So just too far away. Nearly 2 seconds now the gap as Jamie Ritchie Price gets shoveled out of the way, and he's going to go in the wrong direction. Again, he paid to get into the show. I would like to remind, well, he didn't pay, but they crowdfunded for him to get into the race. And what did they do? He says thank you to everybody on the hood of the race car as a result. Right now, I don't think he's saying thank you because he's going to the back. He drops in line 31st. That's how many cars are in the lead and second pack. Then there's this third pack here from 32nd on back. This is Michael P. Frisch. They are 7.5 seconds behind the race leader. This is a 6-car pack. Make it a 7-car pack. And then there's the used car lot back here. A lot of cars with damage. Jordan Worth, Kevin King, Parker White, Carson Hocevar. Actually, he's not even in this group. Brian Zabelski is. Jordan Worth is as well. Kwame Scott. It's Hocevar well out in the back. 47 cars are still on the lead lap. Wayne Kennedy is the next car about to go a lap down. So we check back in here with the leaders. The 7-car breakaway, and they are maintaining this gap between themselves and Kevin McAdams right now, who's in 8th.
Still watching this second pack to see if they're able to make any progress, maybe with Wayne Kennedy here getting cycled through, but looks like that'll be without issue for the most part. And again, they've got to be careful in this second pack. Falkingham and Mercurio were trying to bump each other and almost had the bumpers misalign. Falkingham had to get out of the throttle just a little bit. Meanwhile, up at the front of the pack, I mean, everything is smooth sailing. All the names in the second pack, though, trying to work together. And on board now with Falkingham, you can see just glued to the back bumper of the 41. And they'll make a little bit of progress, but again, it comes and goes and around that 1.7, 1.8 marker.
Laps to be complete next time by Spencer Burns stick down onto the apron, leave a car up in the wall. Jose Solis Jr. is crashing in turn 2. He's around in front of the field. Wayne Kennedy up into the outside wall to try and avoid. Jose Solis Jr. down through the grass. We stay green. These two, Jose Solis Jr. and Spencer Burns, teammates, and there was contact coming into the corner. Let's take a look. That wasn't very clean. Here's the replay.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, just a checkup of sorts.
Where's he going?
Oh, man.
Going? I mean, it's right on board. You can pass below the double yellow if you so choose. But it's just like he wasn't paying attention at all. Texting while driving? And then Jose almost gets run over by Jack Simpson.
And again, single car going around, so no caution for that incident. Unfortunate, though, for Solis. And
that also kind of splintered this second pack a bit to one pack and then another. Oddly enough, it's made this second group, well, about the same, honestly. 1.6 seconds the gap between these guys and the lead pack as we approach 31 laps complete.
And coming to lap David L. Brown again, and McAdams just trying to wait as long as possible to get a little bit of suck out of the back of the 83. They do have that margin down to around 1.6 seconds. We'll see, though, if they can maintain that. And lots of chatter on the radio back and forth as drivers are trying to negotiate. They are desperately trying to make up ground. I will say McAdams and Mercurio, the second group, was about 0.2 faster last time by. They've got that gap down to 1.4 seconds now.
Closing. Last time by, they were about 1.5 faster.
Yeah, but Mercurio's been apprehensive about getting on the back bumper of the 26. They had a close call about 5 laps ago. And so Mercurio now at the entry of the corners, you'll see, will go up to the middle lane. And I think they're bleeding a little bit of time there. Yeah, the gap back up to 1.6 seconds. Mercurio needs to stay tucked in. But he's also trying to get air to the front end of that number 41. He's been pushing for so long at this point. Got to imagine the temp's starting to get hot as well.
That's exactly it. That just over crooking it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, managing those temps is one of the most important parts about this. And once you get them in the red on that tack, it is just so hard to get them fully cooled back down, because you see how hard that he's pushing the back end of the 26 here. When you're tucked up and getting no air, I mean, the temps are just rising and rising and rising, and you can't really do anything without sacrificing a lot of track position, because you see Daniel Falkingham back here as well is on the back bumper of the 41. So this is really the only opportunity he has to get cool air and fresh air into the front end of his car.
Five laps complete here at Daytona. Make it 36 laps, so 14 to go in stage number 1 from Daytona. As again, Mercurio just trying to keep the car cool for the time being. Another option for these guys would be to slide Mercurio to deeper in the pack and let somebody else like Falkingham get to McAdams and try and push. The gap still maintained at 1.7 seconds, and this is pretty much what we saw late in the going in the Tiny Techs last night, where that second group just could not close the gap.
I'd almost be curious if they could try to get momentum to that second car, in this case Brian Mercurio, and try to work some type of slingshot to propel him forward, and then let the 26 and McAdams suck up to the back bumper of Mercurio in that situation. I mean, again, I just don't know how sitting here and letting Mercurio's temps get this hot is benefiting right now, because I mean, again, they're starting to bleed time again. There was a little bit of progress being made, but
drift back further in the pack and right on board with one Zach Novak. Yeah, boy. Shouldn't have done that. My fault, my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault.
my bad.
Can we just... Okay. Relax. Relax. Breathe. Calm yourself. Do we need to just... God, I hate
And
sometimes.
similar to these cars,
do we
if
need to
Jacobs...
just... Do we need to just relax and stare at nothing? Is that what we need to do? Apparently,
cool
yes.
Cool the temps back down in the PC. Oh, Brian Mercurio's going to get turned. Daniel Falkingham's around as well.
Oh,
Caution is out.
Yep.
All right, well, third caution and...
Yeah. This is grand. Let's see if we can see what happened. Just got stacked up and they did a great job saving it. All things
they did.
considered. Oh.
Yeah, really, for Falkingham to get the worst of it, and Falkingham doesn't hit anything in all this. So, again, everybody gets sorted back out. That the caution comes out, though, obviously, with multiple cars getting together and spinning in the racing line.
All right, well, it's at this point in time that I look to the folks in charge. Fix this! Not everybody has supercomputers from NASA, all right? Fix this! What else do you want me to do? Let's see if this looks any better. It looks fantastic. All right, cool. Then let's set this up.
And luckily for
boy.
people with supercomputers.
Oh, that's going to be problematic. Okay, I'm going to have to tinker with that. Yeah, this one. That. Stand by. Oh boy. Justin Malillo is going to save the day. If I can figure out that. Okay. Step in right direction. Kinda. Okay. If I copy you and slap you here. Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, we're going to go to commercial break. We're going to test some things out. And hopefully when we come back, we're going to be racing. Okay, I think we are on to something.
Green flag, green flag.
Justin, you're going to have to turn your spotter off, I guess, at the next time out. We are back to green. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Just gonna... Yeah, that works. Caleb, they're off for 2.
And Champagne's blocking both lines here. Seth Knoll, Kevin McAdams on this high side. Garrett Conrath, Lawson Peel on the inside. And everybody all grouped back up together again. No more 7-car splits from the rest of the field. Kevin Champagne gets a move made on him by Seth Knoll. And the Raising Cane's machine going to put that number 1 to P1. And he'll pull back up in front of Kevin Champagne here using a little bit of a slingshot. McAdams will peek down to the inside. Look at Daniel Falkingham in the middle line. They're going to get stacked up again, and this is where we've seen the problems all day long. Big move from Champagne. They're going to be side by side through 1 and 2.
On board with Champagne there as he snakes his way through.
Ooh, and a checkup on this outside lane as McAdams tried to fit it in front of Nate Stewart. And they'll have to get on the brakes momentarily. Big block from Seth Knoll down to the inside in front of the 94 at Kevin Champagne. Those two will try to get clear of the 26 and McAdams, but he has Falkingham's help now, and Seth Knoll again with another big block. McAdams will push that number 1 out front. Nate Stewart, with help from Brian Mercurio, will try to get to their outside.
They come back to turn number 1. Still Seth Knoll out in front of the field. His teammate right behind him in the 26. As we're coming to 4 laps to go this time by in stage 1.
And again, that's why you're seeing the aggressiveness really picking up from the drop of the green flag. A lot of big blocks being thrown as guys want this win in stage number 1. But remember, no caution thrown at the end of the stage. So we will keep on racing. This outside lane's going to have to figure it out. Again, Noel, McAdams, Nate Stewart, really fast cars, but they lost the momentum, and they're going to have a lot of ground to make up. Garrett Conrath will get back out front. Seth Knoll blinking just a little bit. You can see Cattell and Daniel Falkingham have gotten out. Here comes Kyler Wynn with help from Champagne, though.
Novak's been on the screen quite a bit in the last couple of seconds, and I have no idea why. At least I don't know.
Collins is going to get turned in front of the field. Can they save it? No.
Zwack, Carpenter, Jason Wallett's around. The 43, Josh Stoltz. Kevin King is in another crash. Aaron Smith around. And the caution's out. I think that is going to be it for the stage. I think. I will need confirmation on that, but if it is, Kyler Wynn will get the stage win. Let's take a look at the replay right now. One more. Here we go. We're doing what we can, darn it. Oh, Kevin McAdams does a great job avoiding that on that outside line, and everybody just kind of stacks up on the bottom. Looks like Jordan Worth got a piece of it. Art Reimer missed it. He just mows the grass. Well, let's see. Watch the 22. You've got the 0-2 of Novak. He goes to the outside, and then they'll just get stacked up behind Falkingham, and I see Tires sticks it down to the inside, and calamity.
Yeah, again, I mean, when Falkingham and Cattell get engulfed again by this pack, everybody makes those evasive maneuvers. Kolonix has to get out of the throttle, and again, he and Tires just get misaligned and sends the 22 around in front of the field. And again, not much you can do there with 45 some cars behind you. They're not all going to miss you like that when you go spinning on the racing line.
Here we are back live. 49 laps will be complete. And yeah, this will be the stage. So Kyler Wynn will win stage number 1 here at Daytona, unless by some miracle, well, no, we'd be coming to 1 to green this time, and then we would get the green at lap 51. So yeah, this would be the end of the stage.
And how about that from Kyler Wynn to be on the pole to start this thing, get involved in a wreck on lap 2, and by lap 50, you're back in the lead. Lots of back and forth for that number 182, but timed it right at the very least.
No doubt about it. So we'll keep it here, as this essentially serves as our stage caution, even though we don't have one. Yeah. This is fun. We're having fun.
Yeah, I mean, it took us a little bit, but we're kicking now. Like you said, a good chance for a stage caution. Everybody getting a moment to come down pit lane and get fuel back in these race cars. First quarter down of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Still 3 to go, if you can believe that.
I can't.
I'm really wondering. I mean, the pace of this race has been so odd. I mean, just from the get-go, that lap 2, huge caution in the tri-oval. In lap 11, we get another one in turns 3 and 4. I mean, I've really only had one green flag stint, and even then it wasn't enough to see any sort of green flag pit stops or anything, which usually, I mean, we do see. So I'm wondering if this pack will be able to get settled in here. But either way, gonna get another restart here. Kyler Wynn, Kevin Champagne on the front row, Zach Novak, Brandon Cattell, Garrett Conrath, your top 5.
So getting ready for the restart. Oh, I know why it was doing what it was doing. Okay, now, if I restart this, I forgot this is the same setup I had for the Maddicam on during qualifying last week. So if I do that, there we go. Now everything fills the whole screen and I don't have to crop things out. Look at that. We're learning. All right. Ready for the restart with a long way to go. How long, you ask? Well, only 150 more laps here at the Daytona International Speedway. Kyler Wynn is the race leader. Kevin Champagne is second. Zach Novak and Brandon Cattell are side by side in third. Conrath, Tires, Conklin, Hall, Stewart, and Peel the top 10. A great run so far for Conklin, who started out back after winning the 500K last night. And here he is, ready to go. Pace cars in. We're back to green.
Green, green, green.
Long way to go. Side by side off of turn 2. I'm going to give the cars just a little bit more. That might be too much, but we're going to roll with it for now.
And Champagne and Brandon Cattell here. Santiago Tires jumping out. Kyler Wynn and Zach Novak got a little nasty off turn number 2 and almost did it again. That's John Paul will have to get out of the throttle. Lawson Peel, a little bit of a checkup behind him. They get it sorted out right now. Cattell, Santiago Tires, Kyler Wynn's going to have a huge run on the 17, and they're going to again engulf these leaders. Got to watch out because this has caused 2 of the last wrecks that we've seen. Trying to accommodate these guys, and Kevin Champagne, Kyler Wynn's going to make it 3 wide for the lead. Going to carry that momentum and try to go around. I think he's going to stall out, though. Conrath all over the back end of the Champagne, and they will be side by side at the stripe. Kyler Wynn with no help on that outside.
Here comes Champagne with the run, and Wynn, you're right. He's just going to fall backward in a hurry. Spencer Burns will try and save the day up on that outside with help from Corey Carpenter. Jake Nichols is up there as well. But it is all the 94 of Champagne as they make their way off of turn 2 and down the back stretch. Fanning out a little bit, 2 and 3 wide. Nate Stewart, the car there in the middle in the 15.
Oh, and Garrett Conrath has to get out of the way of the 82 of Kyler Wynn here with a full head of steam. Kyler Wynn gonna make it 3 wide to the outside. He almost spins it. Somehow gets it recollected.
Trouble. Tyler Williams around. Kwame Scott. Cautions out. This was toward the back of the field. Somebody made contact. Another car around in trouble. It's Brian Zabelski in the tri-oval. Dalen Barr off the pace. I think he sent it to pit road to try and avoid the chaos. But the caution flag back out here at Daytona. Let's get a look if we can. Here we go. On board with Tyler J. Williams. It's Jaden Hopp in front of him.
Yeah, I think this actually started on that outside. You can see Carson Hocevar checked up, and then Kwame Scott and I believe that's Josh Stoltz get together, and Tyler Williams just has nowhere to go. Again, yeah, I think they just couldn't get that 177 in line with them, and again, just a case of trying to fit it in where they can't.
He just comes down thinking he had a lane, and Stoltz was already there. Great job by Parker White to avoid it. Mercurio slips to the inside. And yeah, Dalen Barr just taking the evasive action onto pit road. "53 laps are complete here at Daytona International Speedway. And pit road is about to be a very busy place as the entire field comes down for minimum fuel. You see the 94, he's already down and away. Kevin Champagne taking fuel only. Same with Kyler Wynn. He will win the race off of pit road. Cattell comes out in 3rd. Now Santiago Tires missed his box, so he'll have to come back in. 2 drivers stayed out. Lawson Peel and Matthew Zwack.
And interesting from those two. Seeing here is everybody will get sorted in. But only been 6 laps since either of those 2 have been on the pit lane, so again, just haven't gotten a chance to really get a feel for this race. It's been about at most 20 lap runs with just caution sprinkled in, and again, just looking forward to everybody getting a little more settled in right now. Again, still 46 cars on the lead lap.
Riding on board with Lawson Peel, and it's tough to tell right now with Peel, but I know some drivers earlier were clutching and saving fuel. And finally joining the program, Sean Butler. Welcome to hell, Sean. How you doing?
I see we're picking up where we left off with our single file action from the Tiny Text.
Yeah, it definitely the exact same as the Tiny Text last night, with no notes, no errors, no backup streams, no flashing race cars, no nothing. It's great.
Nice.
Yeah, we're having a blast.
Love it. I love that for you guys. And me now that I'm here. Juice cone, oh my gosh.
Yep. We didn't have enough money in the budget to slap the orange V on there this year. I know we did that last year when Justin handled things for us, when Zach Johnson got a real job.
A real job.
This is all Zach Johnson's fault, and don't
100%.
forget.
Zach Johnson fault all the time.
It's true. Yeah, nice to have you with us, Sean.
Nice to be with you, Caleb.
As much fun as we always have with you up here.
I'm sensing a heavy dose of sarcasm there.
Wow.
What do you mean?
I'm not
What do you
sure I
mean?
appreciate it. I'm not sure I appreciate it.
Listen, Sean, I am so excited to see you at Rockingham later this year, and I might even give you a fist bump this time.
Wow, that you still owe me one because you still left me hanging from North Wilkesboro. So I've had my hand up for a little over a year. So yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was Wilkesboro 23, so almost 2 years now.
That's even
Almost
worse.
two. Yeah.
That's even worse.
That's even better for me.
Joshua Chin just told Kevin to eat pant.
That's good.
Paint. Kevin King and Josh Chin are going back and forth. A lot of beef in the race chat so far.
It's like 2019 never left us.
It didn't.
All right, well, here's the restart. Lawson Peel and Matthew Zwack on the front row. 56 laps complete this time by, and we are back to green.
Beal's going to go up to that top lane in front of Matthew Zwack and Kevin Champagne here. And Kyler Wynn will have to get the shove from Brandon Cattell going down into turn number 1. As, everybody gets up through the gears. Look at Matthew Zwack going to dip out of line and take that gap filled. Kyler Wynn and Zwack now with the advantage on the low side, and Lawson Peel and Kevin Champagne will have to try to build that momentum back up down the backstretch.
Down the back to turn 3. Zwack with the Michigan colors. Out in front of the pack, Kyler Wynn in second. Cattell is third. Novak in fourth, and side-by-side Peel and Nichols, but it's all Matthew Zwack off the corner, leading us back to the start-finish line. Still have a long way to go here in stage number 2.
Kyler Wynn goes around the outside as Zwack as they're entering the tri-oval. Brandon Cattell pushes him. And we were talking about this yesterday as we see Kevin Champagne going 3 wide on Lawson Peel. So Lawson restarts, takes the lead, and now he's already in the sucker hole, falling back to 10th on back. So Kyler Wynn will take over the lead, pretty much single file all the way back to Daniel Falkingham and company, but they are getting dicey back in the mid-pack.
Yeah, Jack Simpson got stacked up in the mid-pack. The 124 had Blake Reynolds in front of him. That outside line, sort of accordion on the back straightaway, shuffled for a little bit, and it was the 2 red cars in the middle there with the 66 and the 124, but they all sorted out. No harm, no foul. So right on board with the 124 of Jack Simpson.
Yeah, I mean, again, the tempo of this race has just been something to me. You mentioned how dicey it was. I mean, they haven't calmed down. We had, a 10 to 15 lap stretch where we saw lots of single file when everybody was evening out. But ever since we had that wreck with Daniel Falkingham and Brian Mercurio, ever since that restart, they've been just all take the entire race. And it's really... that aggressiveness has caused many of the accidents that we've seen so far. So again, just really perplexed is to the mindset of everybody here and just how aggressive they've been all race long. I mean, there's still 140 laps to go in this thing.
And they're racing like there's 4 to go. As here's Hocevar up the middle, 3 wide. Mercurio to the inside, Jonathan Goke to the outside. Every time we've seen him go 3 wide, usually that's where the calamity ensues, as Matthew Zwack and Sean Conklin have gotten side by side at the front of the pack. Daniel Falkingham pushing the 18. Here comes John Hall to the bottom. He wants a shot to go to the lead as we have a driver update request on Brian Mercurio. Brian right now sits in the 28th position.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, crikey. Jamie Ritchie Price is blinking.
Yeah, this is the second. Oh, at the lead. They're sideways. In the wall, Matthew Zwack got turned. We missed it because we were on board with Brian, but that was a moment and a half up at the front of the field.
Yeah, and they get it sorted out. I don't know how they saved it out of all that. And again, Spencer Burns gets the worst of it.
At the replay here.
A little bit of contact between Zwack and your Tiny Tex winner here in Conklin.
Oh, and Burns got run over there by Corey Carpenter. Great save by them all. Here we are back live. Okay, I need you to... There we go. As now Burns dropping down to the inside line.
And everybody else sorted out. And this is... Wonder if that's the catalyst for everybody to get single file like we saw a little bit earlier. You have this group of Matthew Zwack, Daniel Falkingham, Corey Carpenter pulling about 5 cars on this high line. And then you have to go all the way back to Parker White and Brian Mercurio, who are leading a surge. Guys like Michael P. Frisch in this group, Aaron Smith, Jaden Hopp.
The leader of the race, John Hall, in the 003. Sean Conklin in second. But Hall is just biding his time right now. First car on the outside is Falkingham. He's in 9th.
How about Sean Conklin, winner of the Tiny Tex, running second in the Barr Visuals FTF 500? Would be a pretty nice little weekend if you were to pull the sweep. I don't think anybody swept those, have they? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
Not in the short history.
Justin says no.
Yeah. So we'll go with it.
Yep.
Oh, to the outside. And now here comes Novak to the bottom. He peeks out of line. Has the run. He'll take it. Cattell looks downstairs. So does Kyler Wynn. And now Hall goes down to the bottom. Conklin gets shuffled out. A huge push from the 182.
Man, Kyler Wynn wants this lead so bad. Matthew Zwack going to the outside, going to make it 3 wide on Sean Conklin. Conklin can't get the block off, and now this outside lane with a huge surge. As Conklin is going to go all the way to the rear. And I would be surprised if we don't see Kyler Wynn make some type of crazy 3 wide move. He's been doing it the entire time he's been up here, as you see on board with Conklin, as the entire field just runs away from him. And oh, John Hall gets cycled up in front of Matthew Zwack. Kyler Wynn and Cattell now leaders on the inside lane. We'll see if Hall can pull Zwack along, and both of them can get clear.
Ooh.
Zwack is, and he'll chop the nose off the 182, and now it's Matthew Zwack out front.
Here comes Nate Stewart up the middle with the 95 of Parker White. Remember, Parker was in a wreck earlier, and I saw his mom in the chat say, you know what, he's just running for fun. Well, he's getting closer and closer to the lead. He won 18 races in FTF last year. You might as well try and go for win number 1 tonight, as Kyler Wynn racing super aggressive in the second spot.
On cue, you guys were talking about the blocks from Kyler, and there was one of them. He's going to go up and block the 003 of John Hall. He's going to look to the inside of Zwack, move to the low line, picked up by Brandon Cattell. Now they're going to be even down the back straightaway. 3 cars pushing each other on the front 2 lanes from 3 lanes now. And it's getting dicey right here. You see Corey Carpenter right back there in the 30 car. looking through the middle. He's going to go right up on top and cut off a couple of drivers up there. But, man, they're still getting dicey at the front here, like there's 10 to go.
It's unbelievable. We're not even at the halfway point yet in this race. Super aggressive driving. But now Wyatt, Tinsley, no. Who? Kyler Wynn. Bottoms up.
And there goes Kyler Wynn back to the top side in front of the 003 of John Hall. Falkingham, Nate Stewart poking his nose back up in the top 5. Big move from Falkingham there. And we'll see Kyler Wynn. He's going to chop the nose off of Falkingham. And if Falkingham was clear, he would have gone to the outside. You know he would have. And here goes Wynn. Back up on that high side, just trying to manage both of these lanes and manage where the runs are coming from. Just so difficult to do, and especially when these guys are generating the type of momentum that they have been all night long.
On board with the race leader.
The Pied Piper, Kyler Wynn.
I didn't want to say it.
I said it. I'll take
Lofty expectations. Oh, here we go again. Wynn's going to drop down, but look who's up inside the top 3 now.
Oh, that ain't going to work.
Huge shove.
That was Falkingham into White, into Hall, into Wynn. And that may have even started further back on that inside line. Now Parker to the outside. Wynn goes up and throws the block. Nate Stewart there in the 15 to push. Falkingham will push John Hall. They'll get a run. And Kyler Wynn will not drop down. He gets another push from Parker White. Now he drops to the bottom, but that may have opened the door for the 95.
This is not going to last much longer, can it? I mean, there's no way they're going to continue racing like this.
No way.
Listen, we're about to have big 1-3.
Someone's going to get Kyler out of there eventually because they're not going to put up with this much longer. But I'll give Kyler credit. I mean, he's working both lanes. He's making aggressive moves, but not dangerous ones. I mean, they can see it. They expect it. They know Kyler from Moon Car and all the other super speedway races.
No. There goes Parker. Oh, he saved it.
What a save.
Are you kidding me?
210 works wonders, I guess.
Here comes
man, and now Falkingham.
And now he's going to get picked up by Parker White, and they will get a run eventually. Maybe not now, but soon. Swack to the outside. He'll try and pick him up. Kyler Wynn stays to the bottom, gets a push from Cattell.
And now these 3 trying to pull clear of Kyler Wynn down on the inside. Parker White can't quite do it. Falkingham is clear, and he will take it. Huge shove to the back end of the 39. That'll push him out to the lead, but just for a second, because back on the outside, here comes Matthews whacking Parker White. White all over the back bumper of that 18, and he's going to push him almost clear of Falkingham down on the inside.
What a mess. We still have 130 laps to go.
No, we don't. 10 to go.
That's what it looks like.
I'm sorry, they're giving each other hell on the radio right now.
I mean, they're giving my heart hell with how they're racing. I mean, and keep in mind too. Oh, caution on the racetrack, Jonathan Oates.
I think Tyler J. Williams may have been. No, he's just blinking. It is Oates. It's another caution. Let's take a look and see what happened.
I think you're just going to see another case of bumpers not completely lining up. Watch. You're going to have to look at that yellow car of Karsten Hocevar. They have a run. He gets pushed by Tyler Williams, and then in the corner, they just get those bumpers out of alignment, and Jonathan Oates ends up in the outside wall with the contact resulting in Oates going around, puts us under the 6th caution of the Barr Visuals FTF 500.
So 71 laps are complete. Parker White is your race leader. They are going to come down onto pit road, I think. I would imagine at least. It's been 17 laps since they have been on the pit lane. Have to wait and see. Let's see. Yep.
There they go. Yep.
Yeah, it's a busy place. Fuel only has been the call for most of these guys throughout the race, just to try and get some track position. Parker White will at least take 2 tires. He's going to take 4.
Zwack missed his stall a little bit.
Yep. Somebody else had to back up there. Is that Mercurio, I think?
Kevin
had to back up.
Kevin McAdams, I should say.
Yep. First off of pit road is Blake Reynolds. He takes fuel only. May have been just 2 left side tires with that amount of time in the box. Novak, I think he took tires. 2 of them. Conrath took 2. Most everybody else taking 4 on this pit stop. So Blake Reynolds takes the lead of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. We will step aside. We'll get the restart when we come back. We're back after this here on FTF. We are back here at Daytona getting ready for the restart. We have completed 73 laps, 74 on the restart. Blake Reynolds and Garrett Conrath are on the front row, and we are back to green here at
Green.
Daytona. Green flag.
Good launch from Blake Reynolds with Zach Novak behind him. Garrett Conrath, Parker White, Nate Stewart all stuck together on the outside. A little further back. A little bit of a gap forming between Cozy and Frisch. Meanwhile, Kyler Wynn thought about going up to that high line, but he'll drop back down into the third place spot on the inside lane. Inside is rolling right now. Looks like Novak going to look to the outside. No. Blake Reynolds will be your leader off turn number 4.
Reynolds and Novak work together with Ray Alfala. And in the wall, Conrath back down into traffic. Caution's out. Corey Carpenter through the grass and back up. Look out. Conklin put somebody around, or at least bounced off of another car.
That could have been much worse.
Yeah, you aren't kidding.
Not a lot of damage on Corey's car, so if any, so he should be able to get back going. What the heck happened here?
I'd love to. Let's take a look. Here we go. This thing's stacked up. I think this got
Falkingham, or is it Garrett? Was it Garrett?
Yeah, Conrath, I think, just gets pushed
What the heck?
by Parker White. Just a bad bump. Nate Stewart gets bumped and now through the grass. And Jaden Hop! Oh,
wow.
Man! Matthew Zwack got the wall, but other than that, kept it clean.
What a job by Jaden. That was, man.
There's Dalen Barr. Watch Dalen here. He goes high side. Just mows the grass.
That's fine.
Yeah.
A little lawnmower action. Never hurt anybody.
Unless we're in, 2017 or something? If we're in those cars, your front end would be in the stands. Are we going to have takers on pit road here? Yes, we are. Blake Reynolds coming in.
It was
Kyler Wynn staying out.
Laps.
I mean,
fuel?
Yeah.
Need as much fuel as you can get.
Pack it in there. I'm kind of with you, though, Jacob. I don't understand. I mean, how much more fuel can you really get after going 2 laps? So
now, most everybody took tires on that last stop, so you're only getting a splash of gas, and that's it. Or if you have damage, fixing that. But we do have 6 cars, make it 7 cars that stayed out. Kyler Wynn, Jake Nichols, Jordan Worth, Seth Knoll, John Hall, Spencer Burns, and Ryan Nalraki. They all did not pit. And we'll start at the front of the field as long as they don't screw up the choose cone or anything.
I mean, feels like an easy call to me. Again, we're last on pit road 4 laps ago, but Kyler Wynn, Jake Nichols, Jordan Worth, Seth Knoll, John Hall, Spencer Burns, among that group. I mean, get up here. You got just about 25 laps to go to the end of this stage. If they keep racing the way they have been, I mean, maybe you don't make it to the end of stage number 2 here, but I don't know. Overall, I think that's a really good call by these 7 cars that stay out.
we're going to have another caution. I mean, that's guaranteed. It might be cut a little bit close, maybe. Stage 2 is lap 100.
Yep.
Currently working lap 77, so I don't know. I just work here.
Is it? I think for most of these guys, I mean, maybe a concern for
Jordan. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Jordan
Did he touch the
clobbered the choose line.
Well, that's why I said unless they hit the cone, which they did, he'll be going to the back.
Whoa!
Okay.
We have a race control says they called it late, so Jordan Worth will be allowed to be at the front here. So
Ben botched it.
that is a rare Benjamin Easterday botch job.
A disgusting act.
Yeah, get him out of here.
Where do we find these race controllers nowadays?
Well, I think
Literally
we
have
found
one
him.
job.
We found him because Justin and Jake wanted to race. So
And neither of us made the race.
And now we have Justin doing broadcast duties with us.
Yep.
We bullied him into it.
In the famous words of Justin Malillo himself, sad.
yep.
Sad.
Sad.
It's true.
Josh Mendoza says, "Hire me." I don't know. You may get too many flashbacks to that one league that would run on a certain night that took years off of everybody's life.
I heard Josh's going rate is pretty up there. I mean, the last person had
This
to
is
mortgage
true.
their house
Yep.
for Josh to race control.
Worth it though.
Get.
I'm not saying
interstate-
Josh is a bad race controller.
Let's get interstate batteries on the horn, and then we'll be good to go.
Oh my.
Cut the check.
The Tyler Gary screenshot cam for a second. There we go.
Don't click that button. Got it.
Don't click blimp S. That's it. We could do it at the end of the race, just not now.
that, that is not appreciative of our criticism. Sorry, Ben.
Drop the wow, dude.
All right,
It was a
here we
race
go.
control joke.
Green flag. Closing in on 20 to go here in stage number 2. We still have a long way to go. We have jumped a lot of race cars, but all things considered, there are 46 cars on the lead lap, 47 still running.
Not why my computer's about to explode.
Yes.
So, yep.
Yep.
We kid because we care, by the way.
Not true.
About what?
About our colleagues and the job
Okay,
they do.
Ben, yes. The computers, no. We're not joking about that.
All right, look at this top 3 here. Kyler Wynn, John Hall, Blake Reynolds. Look at Cozy and Novak with them as well. This top side has not been able to get going,
man.
but maybe that'll change with Zach Novak jumping up in front of Jake Nichols here to try to move this group along. Nichols will get on the back bumper of the O2, still going nowhere fast, and now Spencer Burns dropping out of line.
I was a little too close for comfort for that
These
O2.
moves, these lane changes off the corners have been hectic. Kyler's the main one, but he's obviously still up there. They're all about timing because you want to get the bump after you just chop the guy's nose off immediately. But we saw with that last wreck with Parker, just one false bump can ruin everything as they are checking up big time on the outside here. That line is just not moving.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it multiple times tonight, too, where all it takes is that one bad bump. And again, it goes back to just, I've been so surprised that we haven't seen guys fall into line and just log laps a little bit. It seems like every plate race that we have, there is that lull point, that slower time of the race where everybody's just single file focused on getting to the end of the stage, into the race, whatever it is. We just haven't had that tonight. We had maybe a 10-15 lap run where that was the case, but otherwise everybody's been full send, and we've seen just ultra aggressive moves, especially at the front of the pack here. So it's resulted in some wrecked race cars, but it's been fun to watch, so I'll give them that.
It's like that. We've accordioned together at the front of the field again. Coming to 19 to go in stage 2. Wynn still out in front, but here comes Jack Simpson, one of the 500 rookies this year. Pushed by Spencer E. Burns, going to the front.
That's a lot of rookies. 500 of them.
You know what I mean.
New leader Spencer Burns in the big Chungus car being pushed by Parker White there. Jack went to the bottom. I'm not sure if that was the right move for him because now he's just going to slide back to 5th. Still getting shoved up there. Kyler will get him back up there. But we're seeing the top lane prevail now. Here comes Dylan Basin in the 11 who goes down to the bottom. Jack picks him up. And they're going to be side by side again. So I really don't see any line. Oh my goodness. Dylan just got a horrible bump from Jack off of turn 4. He saves it. But I haven't really seen one line be dominant, and I guess that's what they're going for this package. But it just really makes it seem like settling in, so to speak, is just not possible with these cars right now.
See, Novak just hung in the middle. That's slowing that inside line down as much as it is the middle line. Here comes Cozy to try and push Kyler Wynn. As Dylan Basin in the bottom side, Jack Simpson, see you later, pal. They're dropping all the way back. And now that middle line merges to the bottom. They have a bit of a run as they try and close in on Burns up on the outside. Novak getting shoved by Daniel Falkingham with Kyler Wynn, Cozy, and Blake Reynolds. This is a very good inside line here.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, it's super interesting. Oh, Parker White going to jump out of that outside line in front of the 0-2. Zach Novak to take the lead away. It'll be White, Novak, and Falkingham, with White and Novak going up in front of Burns on this outside lane, leaving Falkingham all alone. But it's been interesting how this momentum's been affecting, and it feels a little different than years past, where it takes a little bit of time to get that momentum back up. So when you're seeing these guys make these super aggressive moves off the corner and the bumps being shoved, it seems everybody behind the person doing the bumping is just getting kind of accordioned back, and it takes them about half a lap or so to get that momentum back up, and is starting a lot of what we're seeing with these chain reactions through the field. You see it right there with Parker White. Spencer Burns will get stacked up to the back end, and then everybody on back will just have to get out of the throttle. Is Kyler Wynn. What a big move. They're side by side off turn 2.
Falkingham tried to block, and he was willing to take him all the way up the racetrack until there was no more racetrack. Bold move coming to 15 to go in stage number 2. But Kyler Wynn retaking the lead for now.
That was another one of those blocks that we were talking about from Kyler. But again, I wouldn't say that's a dangerous move. He knew he was going to bring him up to the wall, but he still gave him room to fit the car there. So he and Zach Novak are going to pull away a little bit. Parker's got a big run. He's going to go to the low side and use it. Kyler's going to go back down there and cut him off. And here we go again. So Parker White working that low line is going to get a bump from Falkingham. They're going to clear Novak off the too, but Kyler elects to remain on the low side.
Here's a look inside at the guy behind the wheel, holding the virtual steering wheel for Zach Novak, who sits third. As Kyler Wynn and Parker White continue to scoot away. On board the back of Kyler Wynn.
Here comes Novak. He's going to have a huge run. We'll get clear Falkingham, and we'll try to take the lead away with the momentum that he got off the back end of the 95. And keep in mind, here in about 5 laps, you thought they were racing crazy. Now, oh, big block from Kyler Wynn into the entry there. Going to get a bump from the 0-2. But as we approach that lap 100 mark, the end of stage 2, they're only going to start to get crazier. And with names like Wynn, Novak, Falkingham, Parker White, Michael Cozy Jr. up inside this top 5 now, just got to hope they make it to that lap 100 mark. They didn't in stage 1, and they're almost not going to hear again. Zach Novak and Falkingham, a huge move to get out in front of Kyler Wynn.
Parker White had to get out of the gas to not run over the 39. Went to the outside, gave his momentum to Kyler Wynn. Now Novak going to be the cork on the bottle upstairs. Falkingham and Parker White both dropping back down to the bottom of the racetrack as the laps continue to wind down close to halfway. Here comes Wynn and Spencer Burns. Goodbye, Novak. Put the 182 back out in front.
Dylan Basin tried to make that middle lane work, but he's going to get shuffled to the back. He'll get picked up by Brandon Cattell, and it looks like... Who's that behind Brandon Cattell there? That's going to be... I can't really tell. They're moving through everything there. So they're going to see Nichols in the middle there.
Nichols,
Jake
yeah.
Nichols, teammates in the middle lane. But back up front, they are still racing like their lives depended on it. So here comes Parker White. He's going to dip to the inside of Kyler Wynn. Zach Novak, more help. Spencer Burns goes with him. Where is Kevin Champagne going to go? He's going to go to the bottom lane. They go around Kyler, back to the top lane, leave Parker, no help down there, and they're going to go back up to the front. We're going to have a million lead changes at this point. This is going to be just an insane race at this thing stays moving. Novak going to go down to the bottom, get some help from Parker, and they're going to do it all over again down the backstretch, it looks like.
Closing it on the halfway point. Here comes Parker White to the outside. By the way, this track temp only 133. Is there a little squirrely up here at the front? Still a little squirrely as Parker White on the outside, but keeps his foot in it. He's only won 18 races last year in the Barr Officials FTF Cup Series. wants to start the winning a little earlier this season. Coming into tonight, he's only 8 wins away from becoming the all-time winningest driver in Barr Visual's FTF Cup Series history. By the way, nobody has won this race more than once. We have never had a repeat winner in the Barr Visual's FTF 500. There's a chance that could happen tonight, but so far, all 3 of those former winners have not been much of a factor. It's been a bunch of new faces at the front.
3 wide. Looks like Cozy tagged the wall a little bit behind Matt Kemp on that very high side. Matthew Zwack without the momentum. Both of these outside 2 lanes starting to stall out just a little bit. Meanwhile, Kyler Wynn. Oh, almost contact between White and Spencer Burns. Falkingham going to jump with Parker White. Zach Novak as well. They're going to have to give Kyler Wynn a shove here. Under 10 laps to go to the end of stage number 2. Zach Novak and Spencer Burns up on that outside, trying to get back to Falkingham and Parker White off turn number 2. Here comes Champagne and Reynolds.
Stack that outside line up. They sort it out for now. Dead heat between Falkingham and Parker White. Falkingham pulling ahead. Here comes Dylan Basin popping out of line 3 wide. He's going to go the wrong direction. By the way, a check-in on Brian Mercurio. He currently sits in the 29th position. He's there on that inside line right behind Matthew Zwack. 9 to go in stage 2.
Whenever we go on board with Brian, something happens at the front, so we'll keep our eyes up there. But it looks like nothing forming right now. They're single file for the first 4 spots. First side-by-side battle there. Looks like it's going to be between Aaron Smith and Parker White off turn 2. Zach Novak has no help on the top.
Blake Reynolds is in the wall. They save it somehow. I don't know how they didn't just run up the field. Aaron Smith saved it as well. They almost did it again.
3 wide, almost 4 getting into turn 3. Blake Reynolds going to lose all of his track position. Oh, and now Kyler Wynn gets sideways. Basin on the apron. Wynn dirt tracking it on a straight line. And again, they keep it all together.
You got to outlaw 210. This is ridiculous. Very realistic looking.
You called
it.
Up there. You called it, Sean.
Yep. Can we not have any? I like Brian, but can we not have any Brian Mercurio updates anymore with the calamity that's happened?
Keep your channel points. Stop it. Here we go. Jake Nichols and Kyler Wynn almost got together a little further back.
Conrad going the wrong way. He's a lap down. He lost the draft. So he gets swallowed up by the pack. Parker White is your leader. Coming to 7 to go here in stage number 2. Spencer Burns on his back bumper. That inside line is a fraction of its former self. It's Seth Knoll leading it, but it's a party of 3 down there for now. Now 4, and now it starts to reassemble, but everybody is up behind Parker White and riding the wall.
They called a Ryan Naraki up there as well in the 37. He's just been quietly picking his way up there. Kevin McAdams is up there as well. The 2 teammates finally up there working in the top 10. Kevin's going to give a shot to Zach Novak. He then gives it to Seth Knoll. And here comes Falkingham again. So they are not content to sit in line at all. They're going to race it out to the end of the stage. Here's Cattell watches up the track. He somehow avoids the wall. Novak jumps to the middle. He gets blocked by Falkingham. These guys are just racing like there's $1 million on the line in stage 2.
I don't think there's any money on the line for stage 2.
No.
You get $1 for leading a lap, or for each lap you lead, you get $1, and then there's $500 at the end of the night. That is all that matters. Oh, and there they go, mid-pack around Matthew Zwack. He collects Jordan Worth. Another car sideways. It's Santi Tires. Josh Stoltz is in it as well. Chris Wetz goes for a slide. And the caution's out with 6 laps to go. So we will get a restart before the end of stage 2.
More importantly, these guys will get a chance to breathe, I think.
Yeah. We get a chance to breathe.
Yeah, that was something. Let's take a look at the origins of this wreck, as you will. So watch Matthew Zwack. Like Jake said, he's in the Michigan-colored car right up there on board with him now. We're a little bit further back, but we'll see where this wreck originated.
I'm going to guess the outside. I'm going to guess the outside line stacked up. What do you think?
Maybe.
They got squirrely back here with the O2 of Novak. And, yeah, that just stacks them all up, and Cozy nowhere to go. Pusher pushing the pusher. Oh, did Jordan Worth, did he hang on to that race car? What a save from Jordan. He got tapped in the right rear and was facing the outside wall and hangs on to it.
Look at Davey on the hood. He's going to go for a little bit of a ride here. And he missed the wall.
Good stuff from Jordan. So we're going to have a restart with like 2 to go here in stage number 2. That should be fun.
Should it?
Yeah, again, I mean, you thought it was craziness leading up to the end of this thing. I mean, gonna just let him go with 2 laps to go, let all hell break loose for a stage win.
Jonathan Goke stays out. Lawson Peel stays out.
Everybody else to pit road. Looks like 2 tires to call for most. A couple of guys taking 4. First car off of pit road with 4 tires. Kyler Wynn, he comes out on the running order 14th. But it's Jonathan Goke leading, trying to pick up his first stage win of the new year. And looks like we're going to have 2 to go even here in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. You ride on board out the back of the 08. Started 33rd, and he has been all over from the back to the front and everywhere in between.
Oh, man. And again, everybody getting here. Now, I was riding on board with Kyler Wynn for a lot of that run because, again, he made a miraculous, was involved in the big one early on and came back to win stage number 1. Starting in 14th, a little further back. Again, I think that might be a little too tall of a task, but if anybody can do it with the way he's been driving today, it would be the 182 of Kyler Wynn. But a lot of these key contenders, as they come up on the choose cone here, make sure that they don't hit it like Jordan did last time.
Speaking of Jordan, hey, man.
Everyone's getting all tired, man. I ain't got time for all that shit.
Hey!
Whoa!
Hey!
Whoa!
Hey!
Oh my God! No! Do not, you motherfucker! Not.
Oh, he hit it again!
Oh!
He hit it again!
God.
Jordan!
And that was not me.
Why are you letting Carson drive the car?
Everybody in the booth! No, get me out of here! I don't need to be in here right now.
I had a quick question for you, then I'll let you go.
Get-
I had a quick question for you.
Oh, he can't
Where's he
help
going?
himself.
We're not using the road course tonight.
Oh.
Can I ask my quick question?
Can you hurry it up? Yeah.
Are you on 210 or 900?
No, I'm not on 200 degrees of rotation. Come on.
All right, that's all I needed to know. Thank you,
Come
Jordan.
on. Why would you think that of me?
Hold on, buddy. You wanted to get out of here. I got my question in, and now you're leaving.
What I'm saying. All these possible degrees of rotation, and you think.
All right, we had enough of that. at least he answered the question, so he's not on 210. It's good to hear.
Oh, man.
$1 in the swear jar for Jordan.
Apologize to the families at home that had to hear that.
Yeah, like $5, guys.
$5.
I was going to say, that's like half the budget right there. All right, it's Lawson Peel and Jonathan Goke. It's a 2-lap dash to the end of stage 2. Now, unless they wreck, there is no caution for the end of the stage. We will keep on going after we hit the end of lap 100 and hit the halfway point. So we'll see how things shake out. Goke and Peel in the front row. They did not pit. Everybody else behind them did. Green flag.
Green.
Thank you, Spotter.
All right, and Lawson Peel, Parker White getting stacked nose to tail. Goke and Falkingham doing the same, and I'm wondering if we see him get spread out on the backstretch, if they try to get at least Falkingham and Parker White, that dynamic duo, together. Down the backstretch, though, it'll be Lawson Peel with the advantage over Jonathan Goke.
Sideline has a run, but that outside's flying. Three-car tandem, Peel, Parker White, McAdams. Two of the three are clear into turn number 3, and here comes Parker to the inside. He will take the lead, and he only won like half the stage races last year, so of course, he's still trying to win this one too. Last lap in stage 2.
Brandon Cattell tried to go up the middle there in that Taco Bell car, and no one went with him. Spencer Burns goes to his outside now. He's going to have help with Kyler Wynn trying to make the middle lane work. They're not going to be able to do it. Jonathan Goke all over Parker White as they make their way through 1 and 2, coming down the backstretch now. When will the move be made to get this coveted stage point for stage 2?
A little shuffling in the background, but it's still nose to tail. Here comes Falkingham to the outside with the push from Basin. They're too far back. They don't have a run. Goke pushing Parker White about as far as he can. Will he make the move coming to the line? To the outside, blocking, just like the Truel the other week. And Parker White will get the job done. Green and white checkered flag in the air. Halfway home, and Parker White wins stage 2.
And remember, no caution, so we'll keep on racing, and they'll have to pick up where they've left off. It's getting big time stacked up on the inside. We might see a caution after all. They're 4 wide. Kevin King,
there
Cattell.
It is. Cattell around. Into the wall hard. He takes Oates with him. And that 80 machine is done. Broken. Trash heap. And that'll be all for the 80 tonight.
Toe link.
In the FTF 500. Yeah, I'd say so. That's going to be 8 minutes required and maybe a couple of weeks off from the sim for concussion protocol. Let's take a look and see what happened. They all stacked up.
Is that Kevin King that was also semi-involved in that?
Yeah, he was part of that 4 wide, and they kind of bounced off each other on board with Cattell.
And poor Kevin's had a piece of a few of them tonight.
Hate that for Kevin.
Since that really stacks up after Parker White almost got turned.
Wow.
And then, just bounced off of Champagne and then down into Kevin King, little ping pong action. And the Taco Bell throwback car. Strike the bell. It's been struck, and he's out of the race.
I was about to say, was that Jonathan Oates that he collected on the outside there?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Curious to know how much damage he has. So watch that 73 car up there on board with him, just nowhere to go.
Oh, man. I think that was Corey Carpenter almost got tagged in that, too.
Right in his lap.
Would not have been good for the NTM V6 guys, Cattell and Carpenter being involved in the same wreck. I see Ray Alfala is out of the race. He must have gotten caught up in an earlier incident too, so rough showing for those guys.
Yeah, it's been a rough showing. Out of the race. Tyler J. Williams, he just parked the car recently after getting involved in a crash. Carson Hosevar parked the car. You obviously heard his shenanigans, presumably with Jordan Worth. Jose Solis Jr. is out of the race. Kazman Yoneshu and Ray Alfalo, they were both involved in that early crash. And they are out of the race. Jonathan Oates missed his box, has to back up. Pit road is just pandemonium with 51 race cars because you've got a lot of folks that are in several different spots.
Black flag for Kevin Champagne.
Trouble.
He will be to the tail end of the field.
7 cars stayed out. Nope, not Jordan Worth. Sorry. I can't find him. Where is he? There he is. Would have been funnier if I got it right the first time.
It's all right. These things happen.
Things happen.
It's
Yeah.
live television.
Swing and a miss. Jonathan Goke writes in and says he wanted that stage win so bad. Well, we saw what happened in the Truel last week, where Dylan Kim wanted the win so bad he wrecked himself off the front of Parker White. Parker White's racing tonight, and Dylan Kim isn't. So, you know what? Goke, at least you kept the car in one piece and you're still running, because that almost got ugly. Oh, breaking news. Not really breaking.
Is it about?
I regret to announce that the Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, is
Yeah.
expected to become the head coach of the New Orleans Saints, barring any unexpected developments per league sources, per Adam Schefter. You know what?
All right.
I fired him like 7 times this playoffs, so maybe it's for the best.
I was
But
gonna ask if you were happy about it.
if he becomes the Cowardly Lion tomorrow night, just like Jonathan Gannon did 2 years ago, he can stay in New Orleans, and he better sleep with one eye open.
Wow. Is that a threat?
Philly fans aren't
Well,
going to be happy with him. After
again-
the crap that Gannon pulled 2 years ago, you're on thin ice, Kellen. Former Dallas Cowboy.
To the 2022 Super Bowl, where they played in Arizona. Jonathan Gannon left to become the Cardinals head coach.
Yeah.
Kellen Moore is going to screw it up for the Eagles tomorrow and stay in New Orleans and be the Saints head coach going forward. So
Justin Malillo sharing my sentiments about the Super Bowl in our broadcasters group.
yeah, man, Meteor sounds pretty nice.
Eagles.
Whatever makes
Meteor,
Jacob not happy.
three-peat. That's the rank of command right now.
Okay. Jacob, if they win, I need you to do something funnier than what you did on the news when you flew through the studio.
Oh, that's going to be
like a
hard to
bird.
top. That's going to be hard to top, especially because I don't know the next time I'll be on air. So.
Jacob Hitz risking his job to cheer for the Eagles. Live
I don't know if I'll wear
Live
this headset again.
Pennsylvania airwaves.
All right. 96 laps to go in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Spencer Burns and Kyler Wynn on the front row. The top 7
Oh, wow.
stayed out to back to green.
Is that a legal restart for Spencer? He just went immediately and he got clear.
We'll find out.
Leader's got the jurisdiction, so that was a clean restart.
I mean, yeah, I'll say if it wasn't legal, we would have heard about it from Ben by now. So it's been crickets on the radio so far.
Yep.
I mean, they'll take care of it anyways, though. He's gonna get eaten alive here.
Yeah.
Oh,
good
no.
night. Oh boy.
Too much space out behind the Spencer Burns machine. Nate Stewart's in the wall, but we'll be seeing you.
Here comes
To the number
Brian. Oh
7.
no. Not good things have happened
Oh,
when
boy.
Brian Mercurio gets mentioned, and here he is. The two
Well.
Barr Visuals cars.
Gatekeeper of the top 10 is now 24th.
What a sport this is. Win together, we cry together, we plummet through the field together.
How about Jonathan Cutlip? Haven't said a word about him all night.
P2.
Was one of the 2 drivers that Justin Malillo was freaking out about because he wasn't in the session. Parker White was the other. Cutlip showed up at the horn, and here he is now running in the second spot.
giving Aaron Smith's paint scheme a run for its money with the similar. You see the two of them there. They're hard to miss on the low side there. Aaron Smith in the iconic highlighter yellow, number 70, and the 5 of Jonathan Cutlip in the not as iconic highlighter yellow BP2.
And just needs a Menards slapped on the side of that thing.
Say big money.
Got the perfect color. Here
board
comes
that
Dylan
highline.
Basin and Sean Conklin on the outside with a huge run on Kyler Wynn. Basin almost had the opportunity to get clear, but it's going to stick with Conklin on that outside. I have a feeling, though, I mean, they should both be able to use that momentum to get clear of Kyler Wynn here on the straightaway, but Basin's actually going to jump out before they have the opportunity. So Dylan Basin will lead at the line. Here comes Matthew Zwack pushing your Tiny Text winner, Sean Conklin, to the lead.
Let's go on board with the 11 if we can. 93 laps to go. He is one of the few actual drivers that we have on camera tonight. Calm, cool, and collected behind the wheel.
Hi, Dylan.
He's not pulling a rusty. He doesn't have the broadcast on in the background. At least I hope he doesn't.
And rear one's crashed into the turn 3 wall under caution while watching the broadcast at Daytona.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Now Kyler Wynn, well, maybe he's waving goodbye to Kyler Wynn. He goes to the lead. Here comes Cutlip to the outside for that second spot. Now he wants to go to the front with Seth Knoll.
Called that 71 of Chris Wetz. I was mentioning one of the 17 Barr Visuals cars in the field, and he's one of them. Currently sitting P3 in that low line there. He's going to get a little push from Kevin McAdams to get clear of Cutlip. Turn 3. Wetz is a very patient driver. I don't really expect to see him making too many aggressive moves, but you never know. It seems like the front of the field is...
Trouble, Kevin King in the back of the pack. Another car off the pace. Kevin Champagne. Jaden Hopp spins off turn 4. Jonathan Oates is involved in this. Champagne definitely involved. He's parked at the apron of turn 4. Kevin King, at the very least, I think had to slam on the brakes to avoid it. And with 91 laps to go, the caution comes back out. Let's take a look. Oh,
And
man.
this is all a stack up. This all starts with Kevin King right at about the 20th position going into turn 3 here. But you'll have to see here. It's, again, just I mean, I don't know if it's a misjudgment or what, but Kevin King here with Kwame Scott. It looks like William White, that number 33, gets a little checked up, and Kevin King.
Oh, man. Turned by John Hall. And they just keep stacking up, stacking up, stacking up. And then the contact way in the back here, Blues Brothers. Garrett Conrath and Kevin Champagne. Gents, where are we going?
Been a rough one for Garrett Conrath.
Yeah. Oh, it's like Jaden Hopp got on the gas, or got off the gas pretty early there, and they just weren't ready for it.
Man. Poor Kevin's been in the ringer this one.
Oh, another great save by Jaden Hopp.
Well,
What a sponsor on the back of that thing, too.
Pit stops. Pit road's another busy place. With still a long way to go. Kyler Wynn and company again still staying out. Actually, Kyler Wynn the only one staying out. Fuel only, though, for just about everybody else. Dylan Basin winning the race off of pit road.
Kyler's gone, what, 14 laps? So,
Yep.
God forbid this thing goes green, which all trends are telling us it will not. Kyler is going to be at a pretty big disadvantage here with that fuel mileage. So he's going to need another caution, and if I'm a betting man, I will bet a lot on that happening. going to have more cautions than a Martinsville race at this point. Funny enough, Martinsville holds the record for most cautions in an FTF race.
Oh.
Yep.
Thank you, Sean.
And here's
with
the good
34.
news. We do not. Oh, no, we do go to Martinsville. Crap.
Good
Well,
news is that record will not be broken.
Correct. Here's the schedule for this year. We're off next week for the Real 500. Then we're at Atlanta in the 87s. Next gens at Coda and Phoenix. And then hopefully once the Gen 4s are out, we'll be in Las Vegas in those Gen 4s. We'll be using the 87s, the next gens, and the Gen 4s throughout the year. The next long race that we'll have a couple of these, will be the Coke 600K at Charlotte. We can't call it the Coke, but you get what I'm saying. 600 kilometers at Charlotte just before Memorial Day weekend. The week before that is probably the race I'm looking forward to the most, Kansas. Kind of wish it was in the next gens because we had a whale of a battle last year with Parker White and Daniel Botafuco, but nonetheless, we get it in the Gen 4s. Hopefully they race well. Obviously, a Brickyard 400K. We'll do 400 miles at Daytona in the Gen 4s. That's bumpy Daytona around the 4th of July. Then we'll do a 500-mile race at Darlington. And I'm going to assume that Homestead at the end of the year is also going to be full distance, not knowing. That's what we did this past year.
Pretty good assumption.
Pretty good assumption? Okay. Well, there you have it.
Shout out to Justin, Kevin, and all the admins at FTF for throwing a different mixed bag of cars into this. Not a lot of leagues would do that, especially a league with, the talent this one has, but it does my heart good to see the 87s creep their way on the schedule again.
I know you're excited to run those.
I
was
am.
about to say. The king of the 87s. At Old Atlanta, too. I mean, you're going to be right at home.
Blake McCandless doesn't run. I like my chances.
Just keep what's his
Don't say
face
it.
away from him. Yeah, I can't even remember his name, so that's a good sign. Ashton Schleiss, there we go.
Thank you.
I know
for
who
that.
you are.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to Michigan. It's all good.
For those
All right.
of you that don't know, we're talking about don't look up the Yankee 600 on iRacing.
Oh, man. 88 laps to go. We still have another hour and 10 minutes, according to ATVO. Green flag.
Great launch there from Kyler Wynn. He'll be able to get clear of Dylan Basin down on the inside with Kevin McAdams, Seth Knoll in tow. Aaron Smith and Daniel Falkingham on that outside have to wait a little longer to get grouped and formed up together. Just going to have to wait for this back straightaway to really get a run. I think Kyler Wynn and Dylan Basin, though, made a little bit of a mistake here, getting too far out in front.
Back of the field, Wayne Kennedy is around in the 023. So immediately we're going back under yellow. Well,
Have you guys noticed that the 11 in 7-Eleven is all uppercase letters except the N?
Yes.
no.
I have not noticed that before.
Let's take a look and see what happened.
Check up.
Oh no. Art Reimer.
That's a yellow.
It's contact.
Yeah, and again, the rule is 2 cars making contact that causes one to spin is a caution, but
I don't know if that's.
I do agree there. Yeah, I do agree there.
Do we need to
it might have been a
define
little
spin
early.
in the rule book?
Ben,
Well, Ben probably didn't have any faith that Wayne would save the race car, and I'm sorry to say that, but that's my guess as to why he threw the caution.
Josh says, lay off Ben, it's a hard job.
He didn't
I
get the
agree with.
Ben didn't get the protractor out. He didn't have enough time. Okay, how many degrees has he spun around? Is that enough for a spin?
Yeah, we'll add if they get at least 45 degrees of rotation, that it's a caution.
And the sun is in the same position.
It's tough because you want to make sure that you give everybody enough notice to call these things so that you don't have people plowing in. I'd rather an administrator be trigger happy in those instances than not. So I think it was fine. We'll call those safety in those instances.
Whatever, Justin.
Thanks, Sean.
Wow.
Yeah, hit the mute button.
All right, we'll do it. There he goes.
Electronics is mad at somebody.
I've been removed from the booth.
Whoa! Look out. My guess is because somebody was in the high side and he's getting the free pass. I have no idea.
Yes, he was waved around the pace car.
That puts him 2 laps down.
I mean, I'm really impressed with the amount of just sport-ending wrecks that we've seen in this race. Again, 2 big ones to start this thing out. That we still have 44 cars on the lead lap right now, and sure, a few with damage, but...
And that's with no fast repairs.
Yeah.
Sport-ending wrecks.
I said what I said.
Yep.
I apologize to the chat for putting this topic out there, but can you guys please stop talking about 7-Eleven in the group?
See what you started?
I'm sorry.
Oh. We have been asked to look at a 2020 Barr Visuals FTF 500 winner.
From who is Justin Malillo 53?
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but either way, check in
Sounds like
with
a nerd.
Ryan Naraki. Now, if only we knew somebody that could look at
There he
him.
is.
Running back
That's
in the 36th position.
Career run for Ryan Naraki.
It's true.
Let's see if he hits the choose cone.
Oh, pressure's on now.
All right. Everyone's watching, RNC. Do your thing.
Yeah, no pressure here. You have the opportunity to do the funniest thing. No, you should have hit it. All right, well, starting on the outside.
I think now would be the safest time to get a Brian Mercurio on board.
No.
Unless something catastrophic happens.
Do it, yeah, do it at the restart, and
Get the
Kyler
jet
Wynn's gonna
dryers off the
miraculously-
track.
Oh, no. Kyler Wynn will miraculously miss a shift, and we'll have the biggest FTF Cup Series wreck of all time.
How's Jets? Get the camera off him.
Oh,
How's
What is
Jamie
the
Ritchie
jersey
Price?
number? What is the jersey number on that? We
I
gotta
think
know.
it's 12.
Hold on. Hold
Well,
on.
Joe Namath.
I'm doing something.
Aaron Rodgers. Oh, boy.
Aaron Rodgers wears 8.
Can we check on a Jamie Ritchie Price, please?
We're checking on Brian. Brian, why do you have a Jets fire suit?
You know, despite what may happen on the virtual racetrack or anything else, however the Jets do in real life, at least the uniforms look good.
Okay,
They do.
I'll give it that.
Thank you, Caleb.
Oh, it's a 41. It's a 41. I figured it out. I had to stare at it for
And
30 seconds.
I don't know if you can go behind my virtual e-driver, but I made my own Mercurio nameplate in the correct font, too.
That's so
goodness
cute.
gracious.
See, thank you. A little bit of effort. You don't really see it too much here in these e-stock cars, but, you know, it's the little details that count.
Because the drivers don't get out of the race car in the.
Exactly.
All right, Brian. Well, we're going green. Thank you for elaborating, by the way. I hope you have a great rest of the race.
Anytime, guys. I'm having a blast.
Big
It's the
Brian
first time
fan.
I think I've heard a Jets fan say that. All right, here we go. Ready for the restart. Tyler
Oh,
Wynn
man.
takes us back to green. 84 laps to go.
And second verse, same as the first. Kyler Wynn gets the jump on the restart, drops down in front of Dylan Basin, and now it'll be up to Kevin McAdams and Matthew Zwack to get formed together, try to build a run on the backstretch. Zwack will deliver a shove to the back end of the number 26. Meanwhile, Wynn and Basin continue to just drive away. Aaron Smith and Daniel Falkingham, though, going to have a run. Aaron Smith going to look to the outside to try to take the lead away from these two, but Falkingham going to stick on the low side.
Nice shot from high above. Aaron Smith trying to get that outside line to work. Matthew Zwack ran into a brick wall, essentially, and now jumps down to the bottom to help Falkingham as Wynn and Basin pulling away. We've got a two-car tango at the front of the field, and the rest of the pack ready to take over.
Still side by side there. Aaron Smith, big shot from Kevin McAdams. They're going to have to check this inside lane up as they get to the back of Dylan and Tyler. But we're going to see how good Kevin is in that yellow highlighter car sandwich at the top there. So we're going to see if that is anything. Here comes Basin up at the top. He's going to make the move to the top lane, get the shot from Aaron Smith, and he's going to make the pass on Kyler Wynn for the lead. Falkingham's going to pick up Kyler, though, and look at that move by Basin just to completely chop the nose off of Kyler Wynn and get back to that low side. And they are all over the place through 3 and 4.
Yeah, Dylan learned that from the best because Kyler Wynn was chopping the nose of everybody. So Dylan said, you know what? I'm clear. I'm coming down. Ready or not, here I come. Here comes Aaron Smith on the outside in the 70. The classic yellow machine, the banana, coming to the front with the push from Kevin McAdams.
Never mind.
Yep, there they go.
McAdams and Cutlip Cozy up here. David L. Brown, who was 2 laps down at one point, has worked his way back up. Now almost to the top 10. Jack Simpson, Jordan Worth, part of this crew on the outside that are trying to get it going, but to no avail so far. And we saw that with this lane up on the outside, it would really stall their momentum out. We'll see if that stays the same, though, with Daniel Falkingham jumping to the outside to pull this group along. McAdams, a huge shove to Falkingham, and that'll rocket him out now to the lead. McAdams almost even gets clear of Dylan Basin going down into turns 1 and 2.
Couldn't quite get there. Falkingham stays up top, taking the lead. McAdams has battled back from an accident or two and is right back in the thick of things. Started outside front row, or rather middle front row this year. He started in the same spot last year before an accident took him out of contention. Trying to win his first Barr Visuals FTF 500.
Really good to see Kevin running at the front of the field here after he had a horrific injury earlier in the week. He rolled his ankle on a rock at work.
Oh, no.
So good to see him running at the front there, essentially on one foot. It is like Kevin just to roll his ankle on a rock, just doing this mundane activity. But
is that injury update worthwhile there?
He's going to have a new one every single week. He's going to play basketball allegedly with us tomorrow morning, so we're going to see how that works out.
Hope he puts a helmet on or something so he doesn't get a concussion.
We'll have the bubble ready for him so he can. We think of all the safety precautions we've thought of for Kevin. So
yeah, it was questionable coming into the night, but
Travis.
Thank you, Travis.
Let's get it trending on Twitter.
Hell yeah!
Kyler Wynn getting it 3 wide and almost just spun the car.
No way!
Oh, no,
Kevin!
where are we going?
Into the wall, and he's going to the back of the field. If Kyler Wynn doesn't beat him there first, Swack.
Check up. That entire middle and top lane just had all their momentum stalled, and now Dylan Basin, Michael Cozy Jr., your top 2. David L. Brown, we talked about him being on the outside of the top 10. He's in 3rd.
All right. Justin, I'm going to need you to take Tower S Zoom. What in the world is going on with the 99's door numbers?
They're very large.
Yeah,
look at these. They're melting
saw
off the race car. They're behind the contingencies, for goodness sake. We'll see it in the corner.
It's a new paint scheme for Cozy this year, I think, and those are oversized. Parker White had a moment going into turn 2.
Now, is this related to him being the 65, I believe, last year?
I don't think so. It's a new scheme, a little different design, but that number is
Horrid.
Massive.
Unnecessarily large.
Why have you done this?
Well, he's going to the lead, so what does
And
that tell you?
The driver still knows what he's doing.
Yep.
It's true.
Here comes Aaron Smith to the bottom. Well, Cozy knows what he's doing. Just don't ask him about that core race.
The Monday night.
Yeah.
Listen,
What core
Ben,
race?
Ben still has a vendetta against him. So if you see a black flag rain down from the tower,
See him just disappear.
yeah, disqualified.
Yeah, ejected.
Banner's not
for life.
disqualified. Yeah, it's true. Michael Cozy Jr. is banned from participating.
Was that
Oh,
the rule?
Kyler Wynn's about to get banned from life. He saved it on the back straightaway. What a save. Again.
And it's been a few close calls, and by a few, I mean plenty. But I mean, Parker White up here in the mix as well. Kevin McAdams, I don't know how he found his way back up here, but he's all over the back end of the 182. Parker White shoving Cozy. Cozy decides to go up and block Kyler Wynn on the high side. Parker White will pull clear with him with help from Falkingham. Cozy going to try to side draft down with help from Kyler Wynn. Big block from Parker White on the exit. Man, they're getting dangerous. McAdams and Falkingham together on the inside now. Here comes Corey Carpenter. Jordan Worth with a run.
Corey Carpenter, one of the few former winners of the 500 in the field, joining Rocky, Frisch, and Cosman. The guys that have won the last two 500s, Ryan Doucette and Jack Mace, not in the show. Mace didn't even sign up this year. Doucette failed to make it through the Tiny Tex last night. 75 laps to go at Daytona.
This finish is going to be insane, just based on what we've saw so far. I mean, Cozy, bunch of Moon Car regulars up at the front here. Coincidence? I think not. But man, Cozy with some aggressive moves. Falkingham's been aggressive all night. Here comes Kyler Wynn and Parker White working that high line again. They're looking to make their way back up to the top. But wow, the racing we've seen just in this last stretch of 20-25 laps has been crazy, dangerous, and they haven't crashed. So I have no clue how that's going to work later on. But here comes Parker White and Kyler Wynn once again. Kevin McAdams thought about going to the top there. Here comes Falkingham, just wiggling his way up to the top. McAdams will follow him. Parker's going to go down to work with Cozy. So move Daniel Falkingham to the lead again. McAdams trying to follow him.
Oh, man. Cozy and Kyler Wynn just made contact. Almost got sent around. They save it.
Yeah, Cozy
And continue on.
Really aggressive on the side draft. You saw it when Falkingham pulled out to the outside to try and take the lead. He immediately went up the racetrack to try and pull him back. He did it again to Kyler Wynn. Now he's glued to the back bumper of Kevin McAdams, trying to push the 26 Mickey Mouse Clubhouse machine to the front.
Oh, man. Kevin got so loose off turn 4. And Caleb, you brought up a good point in that we talked about it earlier. Kyler Wynn is currently on lap 31 of his stint right now. So he is going to be running a lot lower on fuel than everybody else is. So if this thing goes green, emphasis on the if with how these guys are racing, Kyler's going to be at a pretty big disadvantage. He's going to be the only one that has to come down and pit that's in the front of this field.
And, I mean, he's not been afraid about getting out here and leading laps, which, I mean, you'd think. But, I don't want to put anything into the universe. But if we get to that green flag pit stop marker, keep in mind, too, that, like, he'd have that window opened up a lot earlier than everybody else. So definitely something to keep an eye on with this 182. But he doesn't seem to care. He's out here trying to take the lead away every chance he can get. So
It looks like he's trying to indirectly bring the caution out to save himself by causing these checkups.
Yeah.
I don't blame him, but man, that would be very unfortunate for Kyler if this doesn't work out for him. So again, he's got maybe about 6 or 7 laps of gas left in that thing if he's lucky, but definitely pushing it on this fuel. He's going to need a caution to come out now if he's going to have any chance left in this thing.
Coming to 71 laps to go. Wynn protecting that inside line. And with the amount of laps that he has led, guys, he's definitely not out there trying to save fuel. As here is Corey Carpenter taking the lead of the 500 for the first time tonight. With the 39 of Daniel Falkingham side by side on the outside.
And Corey Carpenter, with help from Kyler Wynn here, have to get a crack at it in turns 3 and 4. Falkingham and Basin, oh man, glued to the back of one another. Falkingham jumps down to that inside line, gonna pull the number 30 forward. Now Falkingham will jump back up in front of Basin. Look at Jake Nichols with Michael Cozy Jr.'s help, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see them duck out of line if they get the opportunity.
They are telling Brian Sabelski where to go. He is the lap car just ahead of these guys. There he is. They're telling him to stay on the bottom.
Easier said than done for everybody to get by, but he'll get onto the apron here and has plenty of room to run off.
They're 3 wide behind him. So
yeah, I know. This could get dicey here into 3.
Good job by Brian.
Back it down. Oh, boy. Don't Harry Tiller it.
Sorry.
All right. We're good.
A little early there.
Oh, and Basin going to chop the nose off of Carpenter here. Didn't check up as much as I thought they would.
That's Matthews whack in the middle.
Oh, man.
Well, from Jordan Worth, him and Kevin made contact. Kevin's going to go to the middle.
Just didn't recognize the nose of the car at first.
I was about to say, look at the duo up at the top there. We saw Cozy and Frisch hook up. But now they have a windshield full of Jake Nichols.
Oh, this is disastrous right here. 3 wide. Middle line checking up. Kyler Wynn with no help. Dylan Basin sliding out of control. Nichols to the lead. Side by side and caution. Wallet and Chris Wetz in the back of the field.
Just what Kyler Wynn wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, that came out at the perfect time for them. And should be a nice reset for everybody, especially for that 182 to get on the same strategy. But a hard hit for Chris Wetz here.
Let's take a look. Here we go.
Running single file.
Yeah, this is,
I mean, they were just checking up in front of him.
Up. And
Goat
just
by Jonathan Goat.
Wow. Man.
Gonna need another reasoning behind that.
Yeah. Just like Goat couldn't get to the brake or something. Woof. Oh, Lawson Peel about lost it. And that's what caused the checkup. Novak and Conklin get some damage. And then further behind, they just couldn't avoid it. We'll get hung together. This track isn't as wide as Daytona, but not as much room for everybody to just avoid the calamity. Jake Nichols is at the front of the field, and we're going to see everybody come back down pit road. So, I imagine 4 tires gonna be the call for everybody.
See if anybody's feeling bold.
See, step 1, don't miss your pit box. Like Kyler Wynn just did, he had to back up.
Josh Chin missed it again.
Yep. Cozy, fuel only. That might have been 2 tires.
It's an 8.4 second stop, so that tells me at least 2 tires.
2 tires. William White also taking 2. A lot of others taking 4. Kyler Wynn comes off of pit road 26th after overshooting his pit box. So we'll see him at the front in 5 laps. Michael Cozy Jr. is the race leader of the Barr Visuals FTF 500 with 67 laps to go. We will step aside when we come back, the restart here from Daytona. We're back here at the Daytona International Speedway. We'll get a restart with 65 laps to go. Here on the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Jacob Pitts, Sean Butler, Caleb Hoffman here with you. Justin Malillo is half broadcasting the race. I'm handling the other half. It's a hot mess, but we're making it through. And for the last 2 hours or so, we've been able to roughly put on a presentable broadcast.
Sure.
If you saw the first 30 minutes of the race, no, you didn't. Here we go. Ready for the restart. Cozy and William White on the front row, both taking just 2 tires. Just about everybody else took 4. Some of the others that took 2 here, David L. Brown, he's 4th. John Hall, he's 11th. Ryan Rocky is 16th. Everybody else on 4 tires. We'll pull a Rick Allen here. Back up through the gears they go. We're back to racing here at Daytona.
Good launch for Cozy and David L. Brown down there on the inside. Parker White third in line. Falkingham behind him. I am assuming those two are going to jump up the first chance they get. Here they go.
Yeah.
Up on that outside line.
Predictable.
Yeah, who could have seen that coming? Only everybody. And there they go. They're gone just like that. Parker White, Daniel Falkingham to the lead. Not quite clear, though. Here it comes. Cozy back on the inside.
How about William White up here in the top 5?
No relation to Parker.
Let's go on board with the 33.
Yeah, he's got a
Well,
good
we have
front row
him
view
here.
to everything.
Only good things happen when we go on board with people.
Hey,
Well,
he's
he
at
is-
the front.
He is another one of those drivers that we have an actual... Oh, look out.
Hashtag ask the booth, where's the start finish line? Thank you for asking, Ethan. We appreciate that.
Well, in case you couldn't see it, it's right there. We just passed it.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the tri-oval where it belongs.
And William with a front row seat to everything, doing a great job up there, pushing Daniel Falkingham. Surprised he split up from Parker White, but I mean, I guess when you want to get that dollar, lead laps for yourself.
And with a 62 to go. So we're still looking at least 2 more pit stops to get to the end of this deal. Question is, will we ever see a green flag pit stop? I promise, in the race 2 years ago, we did see a green flag pit stop. Even last year, we saw a green flag
last
pit
year,
stop.
yeah.
We
Oh,
have
man.
yet to see one tonight. And the way they are racing, we may never see one ever again.
Those were the days, weren't they?
Yep, last year, good old 2024, the way racing ought to be. Wait,
Hold
here
on.
comes Zwack up the middle with help from Nichols. Plenty of daylight for the 18.
They
Treating
just
this
haven't been
race.
able to get the middle going at all.
Yeah.
Like they're just bailing out on it now. Zwack doesn't have any help.
He's been treating this race, though, like it's Ohio State and just driving through the
Okay.
field.
Ooh, check up. William White's going to get cycled out. Jake Nichols has no choice but to give him a shove up on the very high lane, but that outside lane going to go backwards. And you can see, I mean, it's a staggered effect up here for these lines. The bottom has a huge advantage, which is consistent with what we saw in the week leading up to this. Early on in this race, the outside lane could get going, but we haven't seen it much since. As soon as I say that, though, Parker White going to jump back up to that outside lane in front of Daniel Falkingham.
Well, where do you think they're going to go? Eventually, they'll come right back down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Yep.
That's all they have been doing tonight.
And they're just going to have to time it right. I mean, with Basin and Cozy, hopefully getting a run sometime here, Jacob.
Started 37th. Didn't take him long to get up to the lead. Got involved in a wreck. And still, no problem. Here comes Basin now, creeping forward again on that inside line.
Reaping on up there. Not very much progress being made by the bottom lane, shockingly. I say that. They start mixing it up on the top.
They are 3 wide further back in the pack. Cutlip trying to lead that middle line straight up the gut. Not quite working. He's got Matthew Zwack behind him. Oh, Worth into the wall. That outside line really got checked up. Worth got the outside wall, and Blake Reynolds gets the worst of it. Damage to the right front, and he could lose the draft if he's not careful. It's a lot easier to lose the draft now since they updated the drafting in these cars in the last week. We saw it with Jake Pullen last night in the tiny text. A lot of damage to the front of that 66, but it looks like he will stay in the draft.
Who was that had a moment on the bottom there? Is that David Brown?
Brown, yeah. He got sideways, and they all had to check up behind him. Again, just another case of a bad push. Got him onto the apron. John Hall, got way out of the throttle. They're going to have to make that time back up, and that's really going to hurt this duo of Dylan Basin and Michael Cozy Jr. And again, it's 5-6 cars that are clear to that inside lane, and if anybody wants to jump, they're going to have to do it now, but look at Dylan Basin and Michael Cozy Jr. back together.
Let's take a look, see what happened.
Watch Kyler in the middle lane there. Just gets loose right underneath Kyler. Not sure what happened there.
Weird.
Man.
Strange.
Stacked everybody up.
Oh, man. Back live, if we can. There was another moment. There's just been moments throughout the last quarter of this race for everybody. But who was that? I believe that was William White. Had a large bump going into turn number 1. He's able to keep it together. They make it to the end racing like this. I don't know what I would do, but I would bet on the Orlando Magic making 5 3-pointers in a game.
You would be very impressed, Sean.
which will not happen.
Speaking of, just saw this stat on X. At one point tonight, Golden State Warriors playing the Chicago Bulls. The Warriors went on a 56-13 run.
The Jimmy Butler effect.
I think it's the fact that the Chicago Bulls stink.
Yeah.
Wow.
Playing capture the flag in Chicago.
Yeah. Who wants to be the worst? Anybody.
Can't wait for them to do that, and then they end up with like the 7th pick.
Yeah.
Here comes Kevin in the newly revamped Doritos car. Trying to make that top lane work with help from Kyler. He's going to pick up Parker and Daniel here on board with him. What could possibly go wrong?
And upside down.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Touch in the back of the field. Who was it? It was a black car. Conrath in the 900.
And they're 4
He's
wide
4
for a
wide.
moment.
Yeah. I saw somebody bounce to the inside and then shoot back up the racetrack. The next thing I was looking for was smoke. But they kept it pointed the right direction. I'm going to assume Conrath was at the middle of it. Let's get a look. Just
What
missed
in
it.
the world?
Here we go. Let's
Yeah.
check it out.
Yeah, he's in that green and purple number 9 on the top there. That Corey Carpenter is pinning everybody up against the wall. There's Brian McDermott again.
We're wrecking for the lead. Kyler wins around. Kevin McAdams, they're upside down in turns 1 and 2. It's the third big one of the night.
Up in the air. McAdams in it. Kyler Wynn in it. Dylan Bason's the leader of the race, but at the front of the field, the ticking time bomb explodes. And with 54 laps to go, another big accident at the front of the field. Falkingham's car smoking. His race is done. He's won one 500-mile race in the last week. He will not win a second.
What a disaster.
That was rough. So, let's take a look at this hot mess. See what happened. Right at the front of the field. See Dylan Basin. Oh, Kyler Wynn forced his way 3 wide. And bump gone wrong. Right here. Just pushed him around.
Yeah, and it was Falk.
Whoa.
Been airborne.
How did Jonathan Cutlip get involved in that? He was way ahead of that.
Yeah. I don't know if he just lost it by himself. Just reacting. Overall, not that many cars involved. Just a lot of heavy hitters and a lot of heavy damage. Watch the 5 on the bottom.
Oh,
he got tipped by
Is that
Carpenter.
Corey?
Yep.
Looks fixable.
On board with Cutlip.
He's going to get clipped by that 30 car there.
Oof.
That's how that happened.
Yep. $53 laps to go. Hey, Justin, is it just me or is the stream at 5 frames per second?
Yeah, I'm noticing that too.
Oh, good.
Let's do a quick break here and
Okay, we're going to go to a commercial break, and we're going to come back, and all will be right with the world. You're watching the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series.
Carry on the battle, son. The war's not over. The dawn's not that far away. Hop back on the saddle soon. You saw this soldier. The dark can consume your brain. All we ever wanted was a little air to breathe. But all we got are ashes of our old memories. They can try to take me down, but they can't take me to my knees. No, you'll never
here on FTF. Jacob Pitts, Kelly Hoffman, Sean Butler here with you. 50 laps to go when we get the restart. You're looking at Ryan Noraki, who right now is in the third position. That's not Ryan Noraki. That's Ryan Noraki. Third.
Here's your update, Justin. Now stop redeeming points on your own channel.
If I want a Ryan
For one of
Naraki
your own
update,
drivers.
I will get a Ryan Naraki update. Thank
All right.
you.
All right, buddy. Power's
When it's
gone
not
to your
Zach
head.
being tyrannical, it's Justin. Whoever pushes the buttons, just it all goes to their head.
It's in the
There.
job description.
That good enough for you?
Thank you.
We do not care.
All right, here we go. Ready for the restart.
Green, green, green.
Yeah, green flag. Parker White, Dylan Basin. 50 laps to go.
Have we gotten the big ones
Trouble
out of
in the
our
back.
system?
One car around.
Nope.
It is Kyler Wynn again, and he hits the inside wall and tows it. His race is over.
Sad.
He will not win.
Connected too.
He will not win 2 500-mile races in one day. $49 to go here. Basin out in front of the pack. We'd like to welcome a new audience that's been watching Daniel Falkingham try and win the Lar Vigils FTF 500. Involved in that latest accident, comes up just a little short. As you know, it's been a long night of racing here from Daytona. A little more than a dozen caution flags tonight. We still have 49 to go. At least one more pit stop to make it to the end of the race. And we have yet to have a green flag run get us to green flag stops.
You know, Jacob, maybe now is the time for the field to get their act together, band together, and get to the end of this thing and end it at a reasonable hour.
No.
What do you?
We blew the reasonable hour mark, I think, when we wrecked on lap 3.
Wow.
And then did it again on lap 11.
Yep. we set the table early and hung with it the rest
Oh,
of
and
the
they're
way.
about to do it again. Parker White and Matthew Zwack. Oh, my goodness. Somehow, Zwack saves that car. He was under the apron, had the 95 in his back bumper, about pushed him across the field. They save it. We stay green. And here, they're trying it again with Seth Knoll coming down in front of Matthew Zwack now to lead the inside charge. Here comes Spencer Burns for the lead underneath Dylan Basin across the stripe.
Basin will try and side draft. How about some of those cars in the outside line? Aaron Smith, Sean Conklin. Conklin won his way in through the Tiny Tex 500 last night. Jordan Worth, with him actually driving the race car now, unlike earlier when we talked to him during the caution flag. As here's Zwack to the outside. Knoll. He'll push Seth Knoll to the front, and Spencer Burns going the wrong way. And he's going to clog that inside up and send him even further back.
He gives the big Chungus a big push to get him going back up to speed there. He'll file back in.
I mean, it's a valid statement.
What's on the
It was
car?
accurate. There was not a lie
Yeah.
involved.
But what that's done, too, is everybody else was making those evasive maneuvers as they get past Kevin on the apron.
Yep.
Cozy, again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where it takes him about a half a lap or a lap to get fully back up to speed and get that momentum back in their favor. So that entire inside line's been checked back up. And again, a huge advantage for this outside lane as they're just riding single file up there right now. Jack Simpson, with Cozy all over the back end. John Hall behind him. They'll try to get the Mo back in this inside lane.
Here comes Zwack to the lead. Parker White will follow. Will they slide right back up the racetrack? Yes, they both will.
Man.
It's now Simpson leading that bottom side. with 45 to go.
I'll still never get over these slide jobs, I'll call them, off the corners when they're changing lanes. These are just ridiculous, but I thought we were entering that portion of the race where everyone knows that we're going to have another green flag stop, just ride to it, but that bottom lane has been committed. Jack Simpson with a big push. There goes Sean Conklin to the bottom there, looking to get back up to the front. So these guys not content to ride in line even at the end of this race just to make it to the end. They want to get to the front and lead laps, which is cool to see, but at the same time can be very dangerous for everybody involved. So hoping they have learned their lesson and want to take a break from the wrecks here for a little bit. As Dylan Basin will go down to the bottom, Sean Conklin picks him up, and they'll try their hand again into the front row.
It's a 3-car tandem there on that outside with the 1895 and the 1. Here comes Basin back on the bottom, though, with the push from Conklin. They've caught all the way back up to the leader. And we'll look to the inside for the lead. Coming to 43 laps to go. Swack trying to pinch down and keep him behind. But here comes Basin.
Oh, man.
Oh! Simpson almost turned Knoll there off of 4, and now Wallach gets pushed below the yellow line, comes back up and almost runs into the 66 of Blake Reynolds and gives him a shove through the tri-oval.
And they'll get back collected. Parker here with Matthew Zwack. It's kind of been his backup partner here ever since Falkingham got involved in that last big wreck. He and Zwack have been working super well together on that outside. Seth Knoll giving a shot to the back end of the 95. Sean Conklin and Dylan Basin holding strong on the inside, though, with Simpson, the rookie, and Cozy in tow behind. Doing a great job to stay alongside out of turn number 4. Parker White and Seth Knoll, though, coming with the run. Zwack going to go up to get it and lead that lap.
Continuing to add dollars to the bank for Matthew Zwack. He'd love to add the big prize, $500 at the end of it all. Matthew Zwack has 1 win in the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series. That win coming at a super speedway was at Talladega in 2022. It's been a little under 3 years since he's been to Victory Lane. As Basin leads, but here comes Zwack back on the bottom with the push from Parker White.
Oh,
Zwack
man.
would love nothing more than to add his name to the list of folks that have won the Barr Visuals FTF 500. He is 41 laps away.
Well, they're going to go right up to the top again, cut off Seth Knoll and Aaron Smith. There's just no settling in, as I mentioned before, with this package. We look above and now back to the TV cameras. But you just cannot settle in these cars. Everybody is just looking to get to the front at all times. In the bottom lane now in that McDonald's car. It's been a lot more, I don't want to say safer, as we see Dylan Basin just chop the nose off of Champagne down there, but it's been a lot more organized, what it seems. So everybody's still making those aggressive moves, but we're not seeing the three wide aggressive locks, all that. These guys want to get to the end of this race. They know what's at stake. Right now, it's going to take a lot of good decisions and using your head to get there. And right now, these guys doing a good job of keeping these cars clean.
Here comes Kevin Champagne. Talked about him a lot earlier. He goes to the lead. Conklin to give him a big push through 3 and 4. As pit stops, here we go.
Yep.
The window is open to make it to the end. Garrett Conrath, John Hall, David L. Brown among those pitting. Lawson Peel, Jaden Hopp, and Kwame Scott all on pit road with 39 to go. Our first time hitting green flag pit stops. At this point, they're pitting now to make it to the end. Hopefully these guys have considered the possibility of a green-white checker if we get them.
Yeah, and I mean, with how this race has gone, it's definitely something you got to keep in mind. But good, clean stops from everybody. And not often that you see him get to that green flag pit stop mark when it's the money stop. You want that as clean as possible just in case this does go green to the end. And everybody does a fantastic job on that stint.
Everybody stays out this time by at least in the lead pack. Basin drops down, takes the lead back. Zwack, though, with a huge run with that push from the 95 and blows right by the 11. He'll drop down to the bottom. Toyota's inside, Toyota's outside. And any move to the inside line at this point, guys, you have to wonder, is it a call that you're coming to pit road like Parker White does here, dropping to the bottom?
It very well could be. That's going to be the telltale sign that I'm pitting, and they want to get to that inside line as quick as they can. I'm not sure if they're going to do it now. We'll see as we work our way off turn 4. Here
they are.
Parker, Zwack, and Conklin. More at the back of the field. Here comes Michael Frisch.
Santi Tires is in that group that's pitting. 37 to go. Here they are.
Left side tires, it looked like for the 5. I'm looking at Matthews Whack right now, seeing what they take. We mentioned this a lot last night too with pit stops. Not only is it important to get a good stop, but it's important to get a good apron through 1 and 2, because if you don't take tires, there's going to be no grip on the apron of 1 and 2. So this group is down and away off of pit road now, and we're going to see when the next group comes down. So strategies being implored at the latter stages of this Barr Visuals FTF 500.
Whoa, look out, Simpson! Turned off the bumper of Cozy. What a save! Keep it down on the apron. You got cars still up on the outside. Great car control from Simpson, one of the rookies in this year's show. He'll lose a ton of track position, but he keeps the race car in one piece. And all in all, still has a shot to win the race.
Yeah, and I mean, that would have been the difference right there, but fantastic save. And Cozy's trying it again with RNC up ahead. Gotta wonder who the next dominoes to fall will be. Everybody single file, though. I would expect a large majority of this pack in this time.
Let's see. Noel sticks out of line. No, Rocky and Josh Chin.
Right.
So the Mouse House coming to pit road.
Josh! Oh, man, did he make it? He did.
Yes, they all made it.
Wow.
No black flags. That was close.
Let's see if Josh Chin actually makes his pit stall this time. He's missed it the last 2. Okay, he got in good that time. It looks like left side tires for the green flag stops, guys. So I'm not seeing any right sides going. It's just fuel and left sides.
That's probably as much fuel as they need to make it to the end here. Is just the 2 lefts, and then you're good to go. You don't want to waste too much time on pit road and throw away all the track position, especially if you're the only guy that makes the call. Coming to 34 to go, and here comes everybody not named Jordan Worth.
Why did Jordan stay out?
I don't know. He's going to be all by himself. Champagne, Basin, Kevin King, the whole enchilada on pit road. Black flag, Jack Simpson.
Yep.
Too fast entering on pit road.
Saw that a mile away. He passed about 8 cars on the pit
I think he missed his box.
Josh Stoltz missed his box.
Yeah, Simpson did, so he's going to have to come back in twice, essentially. One to serve the penalty, and the other to actually get service to make it to the end. Disastrous stop for Simpson at this point. I think he's thinking, you know what, I just should have spun the car and gotten the caution.
Yeah.
Here's Jordan.
New leader, Jordan Worth.
And he is going to stay out. Now, this is interesting here. Is he just going to ride this out and try and catch a yellow?
Knowing Jordan, that's what he's doing. He's always on some kind of goofy strategy.
It could work. You know, if this stint goes long enough, he could drag everybody back down to pit road, and some guys could decide, you know what, I want all 4 fresh tires. Here's the battle for the race lead, the eventual race lead. It is Kevin Champagne. He's 4th on the racetrack right now. Worth and Zabelski are the only 2 that have not stopped. You see they're 3 wide further back. Right around Matthew Zwack. You've got Seth Knoll in that group. Ryan Rocky. Spencer Burns going the wrong way on the bottom of the racetrack. This is what would be the lead once things cycle around, but 2 cars yet to pit.
Jordan Worth with a commanding 13-second lead. What a job by him to just be faster than everybody else.
And just skill issue for the rest of the field, really.
And it's 27 seconds over the guys in third.
Unbelievable.
Got to check that motor for a tapered spacer these days.
Nobody
T-Rex.
has anything for that number 8 Davy Fest Chevrolet. I'm not sure if this would work out, though, for Jordan, because if that caution does come out, he would still probably be the only one pitting.
If it goes long enough.
Yeah, I'm thinking if it goes long enough and force the hand of some guys to maybe come onto pit road and get right sides or get 4 freshies to get to the end. Maybe if he's able to last another 10 laps. But the problem is he's going to get swallowed up by the pack in 10 laps because he's running lap times nearly 2 seconds slower.
And that's the thing, too. I mean, you got to think, even if a caution came out now, I mean, maybe a little bit of flexibility with the fuel for a potential green-white checkered or 2. I mean, we saw it earlier where guys would come down, just 2 laps after their initial stops. But again, with how racy they've been all day long, wouldn't rule it out for sure. And again, they're picking right back up where they left off. Look at Dylan Basin and Parker White through the middle here. They're going to get Sean Conklin out of there. Kevin Champagne going to jump up and try to drag him along on that high side. Basin, though, doesn't want any part of it. He's going to go middle 3 wide. And they'll cycle Champagne out of there.
That was dangerous, but we've seen dangerous moves all night long, and nobody's really paid the price. Kyler Wynn, perhaps the only one. One of the fastest cars here is look out Seth Knoll. High, wide, handsome, and into the wall. Like a little paint with my chicken.
Do you?
No.
That's it.
Known pain enjoyer, Jacob Hits.
Yep. Riding on board with the 1.
We're not saying Raising Cane's does that, by the way.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
Who's we? You have a mouse in your pocket?
It's a fine
Lawson
establishment.
Peel gets out of shape. Oh, my goodness. Ryan Naraki got sideways, and Lawson Peel almost went for a ride. He saves it. So does everybody else.
Jordan, and Sabelski's strategies and Cozy's are looking a lot better right now with the way these guys are racing.
Yeah, they are.
Well, Cozy has stopped. It's just Sabelski and Worth that have not made their stop.
Sabelski is in turn 1 right now. Jordan is going into turn 3. Jordan's in a little 3-car group. Looks like with him, Jonathan Goke, and William White. There they are. They're just chilling.
He's saving fuel, too. He's not leading the pack.
Yep. Got to further check that car for illegal engine modifications for extended fuel mileage. There's Sabelski. He's that second car in this little group behind Alex Kolonix. And there's everybody else.
The gaggle, if you will.
Yes.
The eye of the storm. 28 to go in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Jordan Worth, the race leader. Dylan Basin, the first of the cars that has already made a stop. We're going to take one last commercial break with 28 laps to go. Jordan Worth, the leader of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. We'll be back after this here on FTF. 25 laps to go. We are back here on FTF. Jordan Worth is your race leader. He's on a different strategy than everybody else. Dylan Basin is going to take the lead away eventually. Once Jordan Worth pits. He's been out there now for 28 laps. You see Worth here pretty much on Gilligan's Island with William White in the 33 and Jonathan Goke in the 08.
I really hope this works out for Jordan because these guys are just going nuts in the main pack. So we saw Dylan Basin just nearly wreck everybody there. There goes Cozy taking the net lead of the race right now with help from Aaron Smith. But man, oh man, these guys, it's coming down to it right now. Still just over 20 laps to go in this thing, and it is getting dicey here for the eventual race lead. We're going to see how this plays out for Jordan, but it is definitely one for the record books right now as far as action goes. This has been nonstop.
These guys did pass Brian Zabelski. He has fallen out of this lead pack already, falling through the second pack. He has not made his stop yet, though. Jordan with about a 19-second advantage over this main pack that has already stopped. The clock continues to tick. 22 laps to go here at start-finish.
Dominant performance by Jordan. No one's had anything for him all day up there. He's currently
got to be up
working
there with lap
30.
leaders, yeah.
He's on lap 30 of his run right now, so he's still able to do a few more.
If he's able to get to pit road, though, without a caution, I think the lid may blow off the pot here for this lead group. Right now, we've passed the simmer. We're at a rolling boil, and we may blow the roof off this thing by the time it's said and done. Coming to 21 to go this time by. As contact, Seth Knoll and Spencer Burns down the back straightaway, not once but twice.
It's
hey, you have a car on the outside.
Is that rolling boil you were talking about right there?
Yep.
Yes. I mean, still making contact. Lawson Peel hops up into line. Basin and Parker White, Matthew Zwack, Michael P. Frisch and Michael Cozy up here.
This is all for second, by the way.
It's true.
I feel like we haven't seen Michael P. Frisch at the front of the field all night. And here he is. Fourth in line on the outside.
Former winner of this race.
Back in 2021, and Frisch, yeah, I mean, like you said, Jacob, I mean, he's bided his time all night and hasn't been involved in any of the garbage at the front of the field, the three big ones. So he's kept it clean all night long, and he is pounced right at the perfect time again as laps continue to tick down.
NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series backup driver Michael P. Frisch.
Wow.
Would he get more marketable if he wins this race?
I don't know. I just love the fact that people worked so hard during, the pro race or contender, whatever it is, just to be told, hey, too bad. We'll call you when we need you. That's out. That's all I've got to say about that. Back up front, though, Dylan Basin is trying to indirectly cause the big one in this field. But everyone's doing a good job of checking up for him. Cozy's going to go to the lead with a push from Aaron Smith. But the racing is getting a lot harder, as you guys were talking about up here, as the laps winding down. Under 20 laps to go now. 3 wide in the middle of this group. And it's only going to get more intense from here.
Two by two, a little 3 wide further in the back. And now they just go 2 by 2 pretty much the whole way. Here comes Matthew Zwack looking up the middle. Not enough of a run. Slow car on the inside. It's Jonathan Oates. And everybody is able to get by without a problem as that 73 holds his line against the yellow line on the bottom of the racetrack. 18 to go.
And again, I mean, it's going to get to that point where you're just going to feel the intensity pick up. And we're about at that threshold right now. When you get under 15 laps to go with a 500 championship on the line, I mean, you're going to see these guys do crazy things. Basin and Parker White up on the high side. Zwack, Frisch. Cozy doing a great job, though, to hang even with them. Aaron Smith, John Hall. Just get your breaths in while you can, because it's about to get wild, and almost did, even right there with Parker White a little bit sideways. Dead heat at the line, Dylan Basin. If this was for the lead, that is.
It's for second.
There's
because
the lead.
of that car. Yep. V8.
Look at him.
Davy Fest having a ball right now.
Giving William White the business. That car is strong. There's a reason why he's got a 15-second lead on the field right now.
I'm surprised he's held on.
I'd say he's got maybe about 4, maybe 5 laps of fuel left in that thing. Yeah. So he needs them to wreck now in order for this strategy to work out.
Just to play devil's advocate, let's check in on 25th.
Here we go.
That is Santiago Tires. He is 5.7 seconds back. I've been watching this group these last couple of laps. They are closing the gap on this what would be lead pack. Not sure they're going to have enough time without a caution, but the gap down to about 5.5 seconds between 24th and 25th. If they get a little too racy, this second pack could spoil the party, similar to what we saw last night in the 500 or in the Tiny Text, the 500K. Just have to wait and see. Here are the presumptive leaders off turn 4 as they lap Brian Zabelski. Zabelski has come down to pit road after tempting fate didn't work out. 15 laps to go here at Daytona.
The alleged lead up here.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Preliminary.
I'm watching Jordan, and I've got the production feed up at the top of my window here, and just looking to see when Jordan pits. He's still on the racetrack right now, and thank goodness he does have William White ahead of him, because he's going to need every drop of fuel he needs in that car to stay out and hope that these guys in this pack here just wad him up. And it looks like they might do it at any second, guys, but they've been all right now. They've been minding their P's and Q's, looking out for each other at the moment, just trying to get to the end of this thing as we approach 10 laps to go, but that will change very quickly as it gets down to the end of this thing.
Well, by the lap car of Chris Wetz without an issue, still side by side, Caleb.
I mean, just where was this 100 laps ago, you know? It felt like right as we were coming up to that end of stage number 2 that, I mean, it was going to be like that the rest of the night, where these guys would just be all over each other. And yeah, they're still making somewhat aggressive moves, but nowhere near the degree where it was 100 laps ago. And I think these guys see the light at the end of the tunnel. They see that checkered flag in just over 10 laps from now. All you have to do is make it. So I think, again, you're going to see these guys, again, still be aggressive, but definitely a calmer version of what we saw earlier on until that, 10, 5 lap to go range. And that's where it's really going to get wild. But you're not going to have a lot of time if you're beyond these first 5 or so rows. And go time is definitely coming.
With
the way,
me,
that
the
gap
most fitting
between-
thing is if Jordan pits and then they wreck as he pits.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like that's more likely as Mercurio pulls out a line. He had snuck. Oh, there's no way he didn't just speed.
Trouble.
He didn't. I don't know how. I thought for sure he did, but Mercurio had pitted a little earlier than everybody else, pretty much on the same strategy as Jordan Worth, but he was with the lead pack.
I think Jordan's coming in now.
He finally comes to pit road. Worth is
right.
making his way. Trouble! Kwame
the
Scott!
caution!
Kwame Scott is around. This is at the back of the lead pack on the back straightaway. Jordan Worth, as long as he has enough fuel in the tank, is saved with 12
my
laps to
goodness.
go.
Of course.
Did you call it or what?
Jordan says, never mind, I'm not pitting.
Let's take a look.
Wow. Car in the bottom lane, that's Sunoco car. That's
Oh,
the 5
Cutlip.
getting loose. Check up.
Watch Lawson Peel and Kevin King here.
A bump
Oh.
from Sean
Whoa.
Conklin sent Lawson Peel into him, and Kwame was just an innocent victim. Hate to see that for my fellow Mets fan, but he's all right.
Oh.
Did not know he was a Mets fan.
Fun fact, if you look at the Brandon Nimmo catch against the Dodgers in 2023, he is in that highlight in the crowd.
Wow. As long as he wasn't trying to rip the ball out of the glove. That's all that matters.
We don't do that. That's only Yankees fans. we have class in Queens.
You watch
All
yourself
right.
now.
So we're going to have a restart inside 10 laps to go. We'll get 10 to go here. How many cars does Jordan Worth pull onto pit road?
1.
Parker White stays out. Matthew
And
Zwack stays out. Oh, everybody's staying out.
And this is what I was talking about. You know, Jordan, if the strategy works, cool, but he'll still be one of the few people pitting. So the strategy worked, I guess. But now, where's he going to come out? He's going to come out at least in 20th.
That still really surprises me though, because I would have figured that at least someone, 10th on back or so would have wanted a little insurance in case these these restarts go awry, but I guess not.
Just save the fuel under caution.
Jordan Worth comes into the pits first, comes out 20th. Did the strategy work? That is up for your interpretation. There's Jamie Ritchie Price. There he is.
Crikey.
Okay, thank you, Jacob. You know, they don't actually say that in Australia.
I don't
do.
believe that.
All right.
Yeah.
Have you been
What
there,
do you know
Sean?
about Australians?
Exactly.
I have not been there. Michael Cozy Jr. has been there, and he recalls having heard nobody say that while he was there.
I'm not
Okay,
convinced
that's
he talked to
anecdotal
anybody
at
real
best.
Australians.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Michael Cozy Jr. is too busy flying around helicopters watching supercars to talk to actual Australians.
We said crikey too many times and now blinked out of existence. Now he's back.
Okay.
Crikey.
Racecraft.
We
more
have
like
people
witchcraft.
begging Sean to come to Australia.
I would love to go to
big-
Australia.
Well, Australia doesn't want you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Do you just speak for the continent itself, Caleb?
I am Australia.
I
Australian
speak for
press
the,
secretary Caleb Hoffman shows up late to
I
every press
speak
briefing.
for the
No!
entirety of Australia when I say Sean Butler, stay the hell out of Australia.
All right, choose time. Don't hit the chone. That's all you have to do. Because you don't want to go to the back now.
So far, so good.
Yep, looks like everybody did it without screwing up.
All right.
Want to thank everybody for joining us on. Let's try it again. Want to thank everybody for joining us on this fine Sunday morning, 12:25 a.m. on the Eastern Seaboard. When Jack Mace won the Barr Visuals FTF 500 last year, he's from across the pond in England. The sun was already close to rising when he took the checkered flag. So, for the folks that are in this race that aren't necessarily in the continental U.S., like the folks that are joining us from Australia, bit of a brutal shift for them. But of course, for some folks, it's still Saturday night. Big
Hey,
game on tonight.
Happy the big game Sunday on the Eastern Seaboard,
Yep,
everybody.
this is true. Between those dirty, rotten Kansas City Chiefs and the world
Dirty, rotten Philadelphia Eagles.
beloved Philadelphia Eagles.
No.
Go Meteor.
Man,
We'll see what happens.
I really love interacting with Eagles fans as an opposing fan at their games. Said no one ever.
I love wearing my Washington Commanders hat and my crowd of Philadelphia Eagles fans.
I am of the slim minority
Okay.
that are rational.
I don't
A
believe
little
that.
bit. I thought you might
No.
not, but no one cares about the rigged Super Bowl. Well, hopefully it's rigged for the people in green. Parker White and Michael Cozy Jr. on the front row. 8 laps to go in the Barr Vigils FTF 500. Green flags back in the air. Parker White, Michael Cozy Jr. on the front row. Parker won 18 races last year. Looking to start 2025 off the same way he ended 2024. He has the lead to 1.
And I mean, that's about all that's missing from his trophy case at this point. Has already had one of the most dominant 2-year stretches. Definitely the most dominant 2-year stretch in Barr Vigils FTF Cup Series history. Just needs that 500. He's got Matthew Zwack, Michael P. Frisch pushing him. Outside lane, cannot get it going. I think Aaron Smith blinked, killed their momentum. Cozy is losing ground. Might even need to find a spot to fill in.
Yeah, the inside line pulling away. Everybody from about 7th on back is just hemorrhaging positions right now. Outside starting to get a little bit of momentum. 7 to go here across
Aaron
the
Smith's
line.
gonna go
Aaron
around
Smith
in the
hard into
triangle.
the wall. He'll take a couple with him. Josh Stoltz goes around. Couple of other cars sliding through the infield grass. Josh Stoltz slams into the inside wall. And the caution's out with 7 laps to go.
Yikes.
Well,
Let's dissect this one.
Aaron
There's Aaron.
Smith, his night is done. Let's take a look.
Was it another warp?
It's possible. It's got
Champagne. Yeah.
that's just pusher pushing the pusher pushing the pusher right there. It's like a 4-pack. As Art Reimer gets collected in that. Love to see what happened to Stoltz there down in the infield, because I thought he had it saved, and the next thing I know, he's trying to climb the wall and go take the road course.
I want to know if he blinked on Champagne, because he lagged through a couple other drivers during that wreck.
Yep.
So I'm going to assume that
Oh,
he might have not been visible
yeah.
to Kevin Champagne.
Tires looked like he just drove right through that. Lawson Peel had a bit of damage there on that inside line, on but with Stoltz. Matt Kemp just sneaks through. Oh, he should have gassed it up. Maybe just trying to avoid that inside wall. Caught the jersey barriers there and kicked that car skyward.
Might be fixable, better than hitting that wall head on, as we've seen. So
Yeah. And just like that, we get a restart inside 5 laps to go. Well, is the mission here just stop Parker White? Is that the goal?
I mean, I don't know, really. I mean, it's a lottery at this point. Parker White, I don't think he wants to be leading with this thing, because we've seen history show that you don't want to lead this thing coming to the white, because you can get swallowed up easily. If you throw an aggressive block, it can end up wrecking you, as we saw with Dylan Kim earlier. So it's tough. You want to be the one, you want to be the hunter instead of the hunted in some of these situations. So if I'm Parker, if I lose the lead, slide back to maybe 3rd or 4th, I'm not panicking. You still have a chance at the white flag, because who knows how many they'll wad up coming to the checkered. So it's anyone's game at this point. I'd say if you're in the race, you still have a chance to win it. So if my prediction holds true, this is going to be one of the craziest finishes in the history of this race. So, hello 2025 new draft package. Good job, I guess. It's accomplishing something.
Well, last year I believe it took us 2 attempts at overtime to get the race in.
I remember there was a year where there was unlimited attempts, and Justin Malillo wanted to cry.
That checks out.
I want to cry a lot of times, man.
Thank
You
you.
got to be more specific.
Thank
Sad.
you, Justin.
Sad.
So we're going to get a restart with 3 laps to go,
Ooh.
which essentially gives us 2 laps to wreck before the white flag. If the white flag comes out, we are racing to the checkers. If they crash before the white flag, we will get another restart. Ben, our race control is super quick on the caution button, and usually has a very good judgment on what is a caution and what is not a caution. Time to choose could be the last one of the night. Parker White chooses the bottom. Matthew Zwack goes upstairs for the restart.
And this is where, I mean, everything you dream of right here. You got 3 laps separating you and the finish of this race, unless we get another caution, of course. But can't imagine what's going through the minds of Matthew Zwack, Michael P. Frisch, David L. Brown, John Hall up here. I mean, shout out to John Hall right now running in the 5th position. Has been up and consistently inside the top 10 all night long and has a shot to win this race. Seth Knoll, Blake Reynolds, some of those guys a little further back as well. I mean, it, again, is go time. You have no time to sit around and wait anymore. You got to get up here and get to the lead as fast as possible.
How about this? A career run for Jamie Ritchie Price, P15. There he is. Not mathematically out of it. If they all wad up and he can sneak his way through, if he were to win this race, it would be one of the greatest moments in iRacing history and in the history of this league. And I'll tell you what, I would be all for it if we saw that number 9 get in victory lane, and the recap video of that would be legendary. So
now, let's remind everybody how this came to be. Jamie was in the last chance qualifier Tiny Tex 500K last night. Did not win the race. Did not get the free pass into tonight's race. As a result, there was a push to get him in the show. Some of the drivers crowdsourced $500, which is the cost of a sponsor provisional, to get Jamie into the field tonight and add a 51st car. He has a chance, along with 35 other drivers on the lead lap, to walk out of Daytona, Barr Vigil's FTF 500 champion. 3 laps to go in the restart. Parker White, Matthew Zwack, green flag back in the air. We're back to racing at Daytona. Is this the last restart of the night? We already got a car in the grass. It's Conrath.
what happened there? They're going to keep it green. Jamie's got damage to the back of his car. Not sure if it happened around him.
Meanwhile, that outside line receding pretty fast up at the front of the field. David L. Brown is now leading the pack. Zwack was able to drop down behind Parker White. As we're coming to 2 laps to go, this gives everybody a chance essentially to try and build up a run. The next time by, it's going to be calamity.
And again, this top 6 all over each other right now out of turn number 4 to take 2 laps to go. Look at David L. Brown with Seth Knoll and Michael Cozy Jr. pushing him all the way to the lead. Parker White, Matthew Zwack, Michael P. Frisch hard on the inside though.
Back to turn 1, the only driver in this top 10 that has won this race. Actually now 2 of them. Frisch in 4th, Nawrocki in 9th. Here they come off turn 2. Parker White leading the way. That outside line just needs a little bit more help, or maybe, as we got a car in the wall in the background, we stay green. It looked like it's the Jack Simpson car. It is. We stay green. And now Zwack gets turned into Parker White. They save it somehow. No, they don't. Chin around. Round goes Cozy. It's a parking lot off turn 4, and we're going to overtime again in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. Dylan Basin involved. John Hall involved. David L. Brown, the leader of the 500, as we go to overtime. Let's take a look.
Death, taxes, overtime in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. You could see it brewing right here. This was definitely not going to work. Josh Chin up there gets a hit from Naraki. Cozy got turned around.
Josh
it was
Chin,
just
big
all
damage.
on from there.
I think Tires got a piece of it.
Who
That's
was that?
definitely a big one.
And they almost saved it. Parker did a good job saving it. That saved his race.
Oh, now Rocky. Oh, is that Dalen Barr? What a save from Dalen.
Yeah.
What if Dalen wins this race?
Up inside the top 6 now.
He almost won it 2 years ago. He got spun coming to the line, was in the top 5. Let's watch onboard no Rocky.
Justin fiending for those Ryan Naraki updates. So we'll take a look at this one. This was Blake Reynolds snuck underneath the 03 there. John Hall just got the move put on him, and then it was on from there. Nowhere for RNC to go. Loses the right front fender.
That's the one bad thing about being up against that outside wall. If there's a wreck, there is nowhere for you to go.
And Naraki now on pit lane, and Mercurio and Matthew Zwack join him. And again, this late, got to imagine their hopes are all but dashed. Matthew Zwack here with a considerable amount of damage. Naraki, who was up inside the top 10, just so unfortunate for these guys who have run just a perfect race to get collected with each other at the end of it.
So, bit of a shakeup in the top 10, as you guys can see. So David Brown, Seth Knoll, Parker White, Michael Frisch, Blake Reynolds, Dalen Barr, Jonathan Cutlip, Kevin Champagne, Spencer Burns, and Zach Novak in the top 10. This has been some kind of crazy in this race. And I guess let's go ahead and see if we can get a word with our leader right now. There's David.
Hello.
David, how in the world did you get up there, given how your race has gone? You've been all over the place, and now you find yourself leading with a green-white checkered coming up.
I have no idea. I had no business being up here. Shout out to the C. Greer Beam Truck Museum on my car. beamtruckmuseum.com. Check it out. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing up here. I had 8 minutes of damage. This thing went 2 laps down just off of how slow it was.
Stay with the bottoms. So you and Seth obviously are going to stay hooked up for this run here. It looks like you're going to have to go up against the NFR guys with Frisch and Parker White. So how are you feeling against those guys? You think you got a good shot against them, or is it going to be checkers or wreckers going for this thing?
It's not going to be easy. NFR's pretty much the best team out here right now. So, and Parker White's one of the best drivers. So, I can't go up against anything any harder right now. But Frisch's car, I think, had a little bit damage too. I don't know how his is right now. It seemed like he wasn't getting on the other two Norse cars as well as he maybe could have. So, I don't know what his situation is right now.
Well, definitely looking forward to seeing you win this thing. If not, we got 87s coming up at Atlanta next race. I know you're definitely going to be there for that, right?
Oh, I am ready for that one.
Absolutely. So, David, we'll let you get back to it, man. Good luck. Heck of a race no matter what happens. And do your best to get that thing to victory lane tonight.
Gonna do what I can.
Have it. It's David L. Brown, the leader, trying to win his first race in the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series. Seth Knoll in third, Dalen Barr in sixth, Jonathan Cutlip, Champagne, Burns, all without wins in the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series. Zach Novak with 3 wins, Frisch with 9, Blake Reynolds with 11, and Parker White casually with 33.
8 minutes of damage for David, too. That's insane to find himself leading this race after what he's gone through.
Well, here we go. Ready for the restart, which could be the last one. David L. Brown and Parker White are on the front row. Pace car will head to the safety of pit road and may be able to just take the keys out of the ignition. Green flag, a great launch from David L. Brown on the inside line. Parker White may have spun the tires. Dalen Barr far behind there on that outside line. A big gap between the top 5 and the rest of the field as they go to turn 1.
Yeah, but I mean, Barr's going to have a monster run even through turns 1 and 2 here. We'll see what he decides to do. Sticks behind Frisch, peeks up to the outside. Maybe no. Frisch thinks about it for a second. They are glued to the back bumper of Parker White. They're side by side with David L. Brown down the backstretch. Zach Novak peeks out of line with Nate Stewart, but they're going backwards. It's Parker White and David L. Brown leading the field through 3 and 4.
They have to make it back to the white flag for this race to be official. David L. Brown on the inside, Parker White on the outside, 3 wide further back, but they will make it. White flag in the wind, 1 more lap to go at Daytona. Will it be Brown, White, Knoll, or somebody else? The field's in 1.
David Brown got a great push from Seth Knoll there, but Parker backing off a little bit, looking to get this second half of this lap to get the run. Frisch is going to cool the engine down a little bit, and they're going to re-rack and try it again. Knoll and Brown out about half a second on this field. It's going to be a battle of 3 tandems. Here comes Blake Reynolds and Kevin Champagne into turn 3.
Wrecking in the back, never mind. Green flag still out. Here comes Blake Reynolds with the run. He peeks outside. Can Seth Knoll hold them all off? David L. Brown, the leader, off 4. Back to the line. Dalen Barr gets turned. Here's Knoll to the inside. Brown into the wall, and Seth Knoll is going to win the Barr Visuals FTF 500. He scores the win. It's another first-time winner at Daytona. His first win in the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series is the biggest one he could get. Seth Knoll, the winner at Daytona.
And it all comes down to that after just over 500 miles. Seth Knoll at the stripe takes it to win the Barr Visuals FTF 500. And like you said, Jacob, what a way to get your first win. It's the biggest one. Gets it done at Daytona. And again, that 2-car tandem. I mean, just too much momentum for these guys.
Here's the last half a lap.
I mean, I didn't think Seth would have enough, but again, it comes down to just all over the back bumper, looks to the outside,
wow.
The bumper gets misaligned and pushes him into the wall.
That was
that just
weird.
kicked him sideways, almost like a bumper grab from the NR days.
And that's obviously not what Seth was looking to do. Him and David, as we mentioned, were our teammates at Nexus Esports. Looking to do the move. David blocked it perfectly, but it was a great move by Seth. He knew David was going to overcommit to that top lane, and he was going to cut it down immediately. But again, nothing much David could have done but hope there. I want to see this move again as we're going to look at it from Seth. Just watch how quick this move was made. So cuts to the outside, perfect move. David bites on it, and I'm not sure if it was the tires or anything, but that was a perfectly executed move by Seth. It might have been a photo finish coming to the line, but excellent job. David still gets a good finish. Fortunately, he didn't destroy the car, but nonetheless, what a great finish here for the 2025 Barr Visuals FTF 500. Congratulations to Seth.
And Seth Knoll gets to burn the house down here at the start-finish line in the tri-oval grass. His first win in the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series, and it could not come on a bigger stage. Seth Knoll has been around for a long time. And, oh boy, the 10th, make it 11th different winner in the Barr Visuals FTF 500. But it is another Mickey Mouse Clubhouse driver. Shout out to Jamie Ritchie Price burning it down. What is Jamie doing? Are you happy you finished the race? He finished 17th.
All right, Jamie, you celebrate too.
Here's a look at the results. Seth Knoll, your winner. Blake Reynolds in second. David L. Brown third. Parker White comes home fourth. Kevin Champagne fifth. Michael P. Frisch sixth. Kevin King seventh. Jonathan Cutlip eighth. Spencer Burns ninth. And Jake Nichols rounds out the top 10, Sean.
Santi Tires 11th. Jaden Hopp will come home in 12th. Lawson Peel will come back in 13th. Kwame Scott, Corey Carpenter, Wayne Kennedy, Jamie Ritchie Price with the iconic 17th place finish here today. Josh Stoltz, Jonathan Goke, and Caleb Nate Stewart will round out the front 20.
Garrett Conrath in 21st tonight. Zach Novak in 22nd. Jordan Worth, Matt Kemp, Art Reimer to complete the top 25. Jason Wallet, Alex Kolonix, Dalen Barr after being up inside the top 5 with 3 laps to go in 28th. Dylan Bass in 29th. And rounding out your top 30 is Brian Mercurio.
31st tonight, Michael Cozy Jr. He was in that hanky-panky there on the back straightaway coming to the checkered flag. William White, 32nd. Matthew Zwack, 33rd. He had such a strong car tonight, but couldn't bring it home in one piece. Ryan Rocky, 34th, that is. First car one lap down is John Holland, 35th. Then Jonathan Oates, Brian Sabelski, Sean M. Conklin, Josh Chin, and Chris Wetz in 40th.
Aaron Smith, 41st. Jack Simpson, Kevin McAdams finishes 43rd. Kyler Wynn, 44th. Daniel Falkingham, Brandon Cattell, Jose Solis Jr., Tyler Williams, Carson Hosevar, Ray Alfala, and Cosmin Yanishu will round out the 51st position. So a lot of cars in this one here, Jacob. That was a lengthy results page, but what you get when you get 51 cars on the racetrack here.
And the CPU after this is going to go out and smoke a cigarette. Here is Seth Knoll, the winner of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. And Seth, you had to move a teammate to do it, but a lot of pressure on you coming down to the checkered flag to win the 500.
I am shocked to even finish the race, let alone be there to make the move. So many people to thank during that race to get us in that position there, with Josh and Ryan helping me get to where I was. Sadly, they got caught up in a wreck, and then she had David helping me there to get us two clear, and Blake helping us as well. As oh my god, what a finish. Appreciate the Mickey boys, man. Great start to a new season, and hopefully we can get a couple more.
Take us through that final restart. Obviously choosing the inside line right behind David, knowing that you were probably going to stay close to that 83 as long as you could, and that's exactly what you did.
Yeah, the whole plan there was just push as soon as possible and just try and get it to where it's between us two trying to decide who wins. So that's exactly how it played out. It just took longer than we were hoping. And North Sports boys were keeping us honest until exited 2, and then we were just kind of in control there. And it worked out to where when I made the move, got David just a little bit shuffled, and he over anticipated the block, and we hit the home run, baby.
Seth, congratulations on the win. $500 richer. We'll see you in 2 weeks at Atlanta. Best of luck.
All right, appreciate you, boys.
Seth Knoll, the winner of the Barr Visuals FTF 500 at Daytona. We now talk with the man that came up just short in second, Blake Reynolds with Sean.
All right, well, they want a Blake Reynolds update in the chat, so here you go. Blake, what's the update?
I finished second, Sean.
You did.
That I indeed did.
Look at you go. So walk us through that, man. You and Champagne were there working it pretty well together, I might add. It looked like he just got swallowed up by the side draft by the Norse Force guys. So what was your strategy just coming out of 4 there to maybe get up to David and Seth?
Well, the last several short restarts, that bottom is just so good. I don't know, like, if the top doesn't have like 4 cars that are communicating, they cannot get that run off of 2. Whatever this package is, whatever the changes was, that bottom is just OP, at least in the conditions tonight. So I knew I'd pick bottom. I saw David, I saw Seth. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna push them, and that was kind of my plan. I just shoved them. I kind of rolled bottom all night. I'm not too familiar with the package yet. I mean, I watched pretty much all the prelims and the tiny text. That's pretty much all I had. Yeah. So the Racecraft Boys entertained me. That channel is very rowdy. So much so Zach Novak left before the first stage ended. Yeah, and I really didn't have much help. Nate was up there, Zach was up there, but they were just too far back for me to go get them and bring them up. And then, like Seth said, the Norse Force guys were just doing a hell of a job on the top, holding us. So I was really lucky to get with Kevin and for him to clear Parker also for me to get the run to Seth to shove them clear. Yeah, and then I got P2 because David careened into a wall. Not his fault, but yeah. An insane race, something fresh, new package. I think this is like my 3rd or 4th top 5 in the FTF 500. It's kind of crazy. I don't really know the stats on that, but shout out to Track Racer, Channel 199, Drink Machine Works, my teammates in the race, y'all, FTF for putting this on, and Jamie Ritchie Price got him in the race last night. And I'm very happy about that. And he got P18.
Crowdfunded him into the race, so that was good.
The hedge fund. The Jamie Ritchie Price hedge fund.
Yes, that's the way that he got into this thing. So good job for Jamie. One last question for you. So we're going again, 87 cars in Atlanta in 2 weeks. Are you excited about that one? Granted that me and you were killing each other in the Atlanta 550 for the whole time with that same group.
I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun. Are you racing?
I am.
Oh, well, maybe we can have a repeat. Unfortunately, everyone's got info now. A little bit of dev into their craft, so I'll have to up my game somehow.
Okay, it should be a good time nonetheless. But Blake, good start to the season. Way to survive and get that podium finish. And we'll see you in a couple weeks at Atlanta.
Thanks, Sean.
Blake Reynolds, P2 there, Jacob.
And we slide down to our 3rd place finisher, who we thought was in the catbird seat and won the Barr Visuals FTF 499.5. David L. Brown coming home in 30s with Caleb.
Yeah, and here with David L. Brown, who, I mean, it looked like coming out of turn 4 with a teammate pushing you to the line that you had it. Anything that you think you could have done differently to end up in victory lane there?
Yeah, I was kicking myself as soon as he made the move because I knew it was coming. I mean, there's no way you don't pull out and try and win this race for yourself. Like that's to be expected. I knew I needed to take a lesson out of Brad Kozlowski's playbook and give a little brake tap to disconnect us. If I could have done that, there was no way he was getting back to me with the bubble. But I'll take a 3rd. It's a good finish, especially after last few years in this race. I tend to end up getting wrecked late in the race and finishing 30th. So 3rd is a huge finish, good points, and I mean good payout.
Yeah, and I mean, looking ahead, we touched on it a little bit while you had the lead there, but going to Atlanta in a few weeks with the 87s, you feel good about your chances going forward. I mean, a 3rd place, great momentum builder at the very least for you.
Oh, absolutely. 87s Atlanta. If the set isn't too tight, I'll be. I think I'll be up there. It just all depends on the set. I can't keep the right front on it. So if it's a tight set, I'll have some problems. But it's always been a good track for me in that car.
Well, David O'Brien will have to set his sights on Atlanta in a few weeks to try to get that first Bar Visuals FTF Cup Series win. But appreciate your time and congrats on the podium finish here tonight.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
That is David L. Brown, and we'll go back to you, Jacob.
Yep, that was third place. David L. Brown coming up just short tonight here from Daytona. So what do you think? We're going to do it all again tomorrow?
Oh. No, there's football
Yeah.
to watch tomorrow.
I have no desire to do this ever again, actually. And my CPU,
It's okay. The
Not
87s
safe.
are less resource heavy than the next gen cars. So
Oh,
it's
they
okay.
And I mean,
better be.
We
And if
watched,
the Gen 4s are not optimized at all, John iRacing's getting a very nasty email.
More like Justin iRacing.
Hey, man,
It's
I
true.
just work here.
Yep.
This is true. All right. Final thoughts from a long Barr Visuals FTF 500 this year. Yeah, okay, on paper, same distance as all the others, but nonetheless, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We finally have a race winner, another first-time winner in FTF. And, oh, by the way, we go to a completely different racetrack in 2 weeks.
Not only a completely different racetrack, but a completely different race car. And again, the first time that the Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series is going to use those 87s going forward, at least sprinkling them in that with the Gen 4. So, but overall, I mean, this was one of the raciest just throughout, I think, a complete 200-mile or 200 lap. Shows you what time it is in the morning, but a 500-mile race. I mean, this was just flag to flag, aggressive moves being made up at the front, and there was never a dull moment. So I got to appreciate that about it. And for it all to come down to David L. Brown and Seth Knoll out of turn number 4, the move to take it. Just, again, I think one of the more memorable 500s over the years, and Seth Knoll picking up his first career win, hopefully to build on a strong 2025 campaign for that number 1 car.
I'm in agreement there. I mean, it was still a great race. You know, it had your typical late race calamity that every single Barr Visuals FTF 500 has had, but it's cool to see Seth get the win here. First-time winners are always awesome to see, especially in this race. And with a league as stacked as this, you really want to make sure that you make the first one count, and why not get your first one in the biggest race of the season. So shout out to Seth, David, Parker, everybody up at the front of the field for putting on a heck of a show. And 87s at Atlanta is going to be good too. I mean, if you guys watched the Atlanta 550 a couple of weeks ago, the racing in that was fantastic. Everyone had a lot of fun in that one, and 87s rarely disappoint. So that one's definitely going to be a nice little curveball for FTF and the Gen 4s too. I can't wait to see how those race, and should be a very entertaining and fun 2025 Barr Visuals FTF Cup Series season.
Should be a lot of fun, and we'll have it all for you here on FTF. We are off next week for the real Daytona 500. In 2 weeks' time, we join you at Atlanta in the 1987 cars. It's been a fun ride. Seth Knoll, no ride funner. That didn't make any sense. I'm going to bed. Good night from Daytona. Seth Knoll, the winner of the Barr Visuals FTF 500. For Sean Butler, Caleb Hoffman, half producer Justin Malillo, I'm Jacob Hitz. Thank you so much for watching. Good night, and go Birds.
No.